Test, test. Test, test. Test, test, 1, 2. Test, test, 1, 2. Test, 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 1, 2. One more test, one more test. 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 Test, test. Test, test. I like that better. All right, so how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Good to see y'all. Sorry about that. So, wait, hold on. Where's my window capture? Cancel. Let's just get right into this, right? This is window capture 3. Let's put in window capture 3 so I can see the chat. Where's chat at? Oh shit. Hey, there you guys are. Yo, okay, let's put this down here a little bit. Oh. Put this over here a little bit. There we go. There we go. Now we got window capture going. Let's transform this. Let's cut this top off here. Scroll all the way up. Scroll, 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 scroll. Perfect. And last but not least, let's stretch. Perfect. All right. Oh, let me grab this real quick, actually. Oh. Perfect. All right. Just about there. And then the size. Just gonna put this down to like. Let's just keep it going. Up there's good, right? Perfect. Okay. Chop this off a little bit more. There we go. All right. That's that. Perfect. I'm happy. I'm satisfied. Oh, that's the oven. All right. So, as soon as I come back from checking the oven, we are going to get into some cannabis, right? We're going to get into pretty much the DEA and what we missed. Last we saw, we were on day 9 of the DEA hearing. So if we go into day 10 DEA hearing, cannabis rescheduling. Perfect. All right. Looks like some people are going over what's going on. Let's take a look. TDR is doing quite a bit. Cannabis industry encouraged. All right. DEA scheduling ends. Okay. Looks like a lot of people are starting to say more about this, right? And then let's do day 11. And then, all right, last but not least, let's do DEA hearing cannabis rescheduling transcript. Nothing yet, huh? And then we're pretty sure, okay, hold on, we should also put in DEA cannabis timeline. Let's take a look. This isn't it. I think we had this issue last time trying to find the DEA and PRM. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So this is interesting. We get to go through the whole proposed rescheduling of marijuana. Okay. Here's a notice to parties. Okay. I think that was early. Let's go later. Okay. This was the request. Not just questions. Hold on. Where is that? Advisory. Which was a hearing? Straight judge orders. Alright, here we go. Alright, so these are the judge's orders for the administrative law. Here's a preliminary order, and here's the most recent order. Ooh, what's, oh, this is the reasoning behind it all. Okay. So these were all the people who wanted to speak, but not all of them did. So let's see. I'm missing something. What am I missing? Parties, questions, Alright. We're gonna find this rule, I swear. Could have sworn the amended hearing. Preliminary order. Here we go. Interested parties. And the days they get to talk. Where's the days they get to talk? Where are the days they get to talk? Take orders. Okay. A digital copy of the daily transcripts provided to parties on a day-by-day basis via email. In addition, each designated party is entitled to one hard copy of the transcript. No later than July 17th. That was yesterday. Transcript correction of agency. Okay. Conclusion. Further, because no time was allotted for closing arguments, this tribunal informed the designated parties that there would be an opportunity to submit post-hearing briefs. Accordingly, it is ordered that designated parties may submit the post-hearing briefs no later than August 17th. The post-hearing briefs may not exceed 50 pages. They must be double-spaced, and they can only file one post-brief hearing. But what is that? Okay, so everyone got their own transcripts, but no one. Hold on. There's no way. So you're saying we have to reach out to each individual person and ask them for the transcripts? Okay. I'm really curious what happened to Philip's drum. A lot of these people didn't even get to speak. I'm curious what the TBI. I'm curious. This is insane. Okay, hold on. Funny how there's two different. This must be the 2024 one. And then this one is the one that was 2026. Okay. Okay, here's the schedule. Here we go. So last we looked at it on day 10. That was the TBI. And then we were getting into the 13th, which was Mr. Drum. So we're going to look that up in a moment. And then after that, we're going to look into the state's opening. So before we get into what the media is telling us, let's take a look at. Well, first I need to take a look at that. 1 second. Take a look at that other. Timer on. All right. We're back. We're here. We're here. So, right, where were we? Right. This. There we go. So, what I want to do is go into Mr. Drum's. Mr. Philip Drum. Let's take a look. DEA hearing. Take a look. 4 days ago, someone talked about it there. Someone talked about it there. Someone talked about it there. There. Okay, let's take a look. So, looks like the Cannabis Wise Guys. We like the Cannabis Wise Guys. Alright, a drum pharmacist for California, citizenship person. Aggravated by the move from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. He was representing himself without a lawyer, so there really weren't questions. It was a quote, modern Western science medicine moved away from 1800 medicine. The cure all did more harm than good. He talked about formaldehyde in milk and borax in meat. Pharmacists are responsible for dispensing drugs, not corner stores. Gas stations are gyms. Marijuana users become more violent, attacking healthcare workers. He actually said that. No current medical use or scientific indication for marijuana product. The scientific data has failed to support it. He brought up the quote controversial and unconfirmed entourage effect. State license programs are putting Americans at risk. So that's what he's been saying. No childproof caps, many issues with, oh my goodness. How potency is rising over time, which isn't true at all. That's not true at all. Medical marijuana found that it was not controlling people at those amounts against synthesizing. That is so untrue. Very high. I'm very glad that this dude is on it. Old marijuana. This is ridiculous. First patient who gave synthetic THC to... Okay, so he actually was part of the problem with giving synthetic THC to people who... Oh my goodness. He was part of the problem. Why didn't you just give regular cannabis? Oh my goodness. That's not true. That's not true at all. There were not dancing elephants on the wall. That's alcohol. His fucking idiot. Products with sentence FTs. Wow. Blood levels are where you don't know if a person took a third. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Okay, we're gonna pause right there. That's not true at all. Okay, there's a thing called Tmax. Okay, so there's a time to how much it's concentration max. How much time your your plasma is binding to the THC. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna show you guys. All right, so you have the maximum concentration, the mean time to maximum concentration, and then the amount of time that it's actually occurred for, right? Right. So if we look at this, right, after a 50 milligram dose, right, you have THC, you have 11-OH THC and THC-2, right? THC is your molecule, 11-OH THC is your processed first pass, and then the THC-2 is the metabolized THC. That's metabolized THC. That's what's getting released from the system over time, right? Like, so as you can see, by 3 hours, you hit your max. So what this guy is telling us, or not what this guy is, this guy's awesome. No, what Mr. Drum is telling us is completely wrong. Give me 1 minute, I'm gonna go to station practice. First we'll talk. Alright, we're getting pretzels. Just give us a moment. Give us a moment for a snack. Give us a moment for a snack. Give us a moment for a snack. Okay. So, anyway. Oh, all right. So, oh shit. All right. Spoke about mold. Mentioned the possibility of death from this. What? Had a noticeable reaction. Testing labs are willing to falsify results to get product to market. It's not true. Workers' death and OSHA violations, namely the GTIG. So that death was because someone had asthma problems. They were within a manufacturing facility. They were having an asthma attack, and they had and they it wasn't because of the cannabis. It was because they had an asthma attack. So yes, can two doctors come to a different conclusion? Yes. Redirect. He confirmed that drug has specific types of harm, and then I guess that was day 9. Let's continue on, see what this person had to say. So this is from Anthony Varel. Shout out to Anthony Varel. Let's give a quick shout out to Anthony Varel from the TDR. So from the Dales Report. Dales Report's pretty dope. We're gonna follow them. Yeah, stocks, cannabis, and psychedelic ventures. They're pretty much doing what a lot of us are doing here. Yeah, we like the Dales Report. We like the Dales Report. Let's look to the Dales Report. We like him. So yeah. Looks like Dales Report's doing all kinds. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like their layout here. They got a pretty cool news layout here. They have ad presented by, subscribe. Yeah, they have a pretty good thing going on. That's wild, actually. They have this whole. Okay, so that's Flow Hub. I wonder if Flow Hub is something that's like. That's pretty cool. I need to get on this level. See, I need to get on this level. I need to make my screen look like this screen right here, right? Right here, yeah, up there. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. See, I got my little ad banner right here for Dank Bank, right there, Dank Bank. I got the chat up there, and I got all this free space. So if you want, we could put some more ad space right there. Wouldn't mind at all. But anyway, so the DEA fought for rescheduling. All right, we're supposed to. Okay, go. So the ALJ reschedules cannabis wrapped up on the 15th. So the attorney generals from Nebraska, Idaho, and Indiana are featured today. So 16 days, 8 parties, no cameras. I think this is AI made. That's why I think it was AI made. All right, let's take a look. We also got a record dominated by governance evidence. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. What do you say? NDASA, SAMs. We went over those. Wait, have we redacted? Oh wait, okay. PDEC exposures, product potency, variability, diversion, FDA gap critiques to regulation, little influence sector question, whether marijuana is low abuse in Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. Okay, so the DEA's mandate is no longer ambiguous. So, as an advocate for rescheduling, attorneys defended the rule vigorously, resist the standard attempt to call DEA pharmacologist. Yep. Trying to order. What happens next? Okay, so post-hearing briefs will on a compressed schedule. Yeah, that was what we talked about earlier. That was the 17th. The recommendation goes to the DEA administrator. Yeah, the opponents came to Arlington to stop scheduling. What they mostly do is preview their appeal. Okay, so pretty much he didn't really say much that we already knew. Wait, what? It's the same thing. It's just on a different website. Well, the reason why they didn't do the live stream is because they don't want to is because they don't want to give, yeah, the opponent's record building problem. They were building a record for the DC circuit. Right. Right, right, right. Right, 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 right. So that's exactly it. Okay, yeah. So DEA definitely wants it done. Um, it's pretty funny. I like this Substack. It's pretty funny. The TDR, he definitely has a couple of them though. That's Cannabis Confidential. Todd Harrison. Interesting. All right. So this is by Anthony Martinelli. Who's Anthony Martinelli? He's from the Marijuana Herald. So he's a founder of the Marijuana Herald. Okay, nice. So pretty much he started his own website to do this. Pretty cool. So DEA judge sets August 17th. Oh wait, hold on. We were supposed to be looking at it. His thing, right? What was this thing, wasn't it? All right. So the DEA participants parties 1 month to submit their final writing. Chief Administrative Law Derek Julius issued an order setting August 17th as a deadline. Non-mandatory submission. So this already says that. Those corrections to the official hearing transcript. The order after final corrections for correct transcript is published on DEA's website. Transcription errors such as misspelled words or remarks. Once the briefing is complete, it will draft a recommended decision based on the evidence. 20 days after the report filing, challenging recommended decision, which they're gonna do. They're gonna challenge it. Be sent to the DEA Administrator Terry Cole, who will make the agency's final determination. The original Wednesday hearing could not provide a timeline. And yep. Kenneth Finn and Phil Drum, the states Nebraska, Idaho, and Indiana. Although I thought they dropped out. I could have swore they dropped out. I wasn't there, but I could have swore they said they dropped out. All right, and that's what we looked at earlier, NIH stuff. Okay, so Philip Drum did exactly what he just lied his ass off about everything, like we said he was going to do. The states went pretty quickly. So let's take a look to see what everyone else is saying on the wrap up. So DEA law issued an order. No time was allotted for closing arguments. They're gonna do. Okay, so everyone's saying the same thing. All right, the judge noted closing remarks at the end of the hearing on Wednesday. This is for coming briefs. He will work on writing his own recommendation on whether the government should move ahead, but stressed that the final decision will ultimately be up to the DEA administrator. Julius did not lay out an expected timeline for either his recommendation of the administrator's action. During the hearing, the DEA officials charged with defending cannabis. That include FDA. Meanwhile, lawyers and witnesses for parties who are opposed to scheduling. The administrator Terrence Cole invited only organizations, because it's not that that's not who he only invited. That's just like they needed to ensure that everyone who felt grievanced by the rule change was heard. That's what this was. So that way they did everything by the book. Ahead of the hearing, yeah, but the states dropped out though. Ahead of the hearings, last month, marijuana reform activists held a conference. Yep. Okay, so attacking Attorney General in April issued an order. So he's going over what happened earlier. So they're not going over what happened in the hearing because they don't know what happened in the hearing. All right. Now, this was the original rescheduling notice, right? No, it was not. This was July 2025. All right, we're going to go over all of this because this seems to be more in line with what's happened over what's been going on the legal end. So we'll go over the NPRM in a moment. For now, let's continue going over, yeah, Schedule 3 order call, meritless. Okay. So Drug Screening Association, yep. That's the NDASA. Yeah, we already knew what they said. Okay. Yep. We already went over what happened June 9th. What about the 10th? So the DOJ had argued that Congress did not enact the CSA to provide drug screeners. Yeah. We already did all that. We went over all this. So they're still going over NDSA. Yeah. We already went over all this stuff. Let's keep on going. Okay. Cannabis industry encouraged as DEA marijuana scheduling hearing concludes. So California County Sheriff spoke in support of cannabis as DEA marijuana scheduling hearings concluded Wednesday. Okay. Wait, that's a picture. Wait, what? Wait, what? How did they get this picture? There's no way. US FDA heard from attorney Matt Zorn during Monday's marijuana scheduling hearing, and it's courtesy of DEA.gov/live. There's no way. There, someone must have snapped a photo illegally because there's no way. They literally said that's not allowed. Wow, MJ Biz, you fucking dogs. Well, there's our guy. There's no way that's him. This is not the same one. There's no way. There's no way. Chief Administrative Territories. There's no way. Okay, well, I'm gonna go back. We're just gonna keep going, okay? So the revelations concluded Wednesday. This is different. This isn't. There's no way. It's still unclear why the states tapped consul evidence Indiana made to bring California lawmen to Washington to speak on their behalf. Okay, so here we go. So here's what really happened on the states day. So only Louisiana dropped out. Everyone else kept coming. So let's take a look. So this guy spoke for some reason. What in the world? Okay, so because he's from Humboldt. Okay, okay. It's unclear why the states tapped Hansel. Because he's in Humboldt, because Humboldt County is the green tri-city. Humboldt is where all the famous farms are from. This person who wrote this has no idea. I'm so sorry, Chris Roberts. If you don't know that Humboldt County is where the true. Hold on, watch this. Because this is where the Ganjier program is. Ganjier live training. This is in Humboldt. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Control F. Humboldt's around here somewhere. But anyway, shout out to the Ganjier program. But yeah, all of this is in Humboldt. Because this is where Humboldt. Come on, you guys. See, this is why you need subject matter experts in the fucking room. Because when you don't have subject matter experts in the room, it's unclear why the states tapped Hansel, because he regulates the most like cannabis, like pro cannabis county in America. That's why. Yes, because the states came in saying that, like, hey, they were grieved, but they were a Trojan horse. This is so cool. Louisiana probably figured that out and said, fuck this, we're out. Alright, so given during cross-examination by Justice Department added 2 past weeks. I don't. Okay, well, wait, what? Okay, so Hansel said stuff. It's pretty clear. Marijuana scheduling is justified. Okay, so this is MJ Biz going out for a quote. For now, cannabis rescheduling is limited to medical marijuana operators, 2 of which uplisted. Did not seem intended to sway the administrative hearing. Instead, the witnesses current accepted medical use. Sam, the prominent reform group. What in the world? Normals deny participation in the hearing. Right. Because Normal's a pro-cannabis. Because Hansel has a long history of making pro-legalization statements. And he also has... Okay, so these processes can take years and years, rather expeditious from the start. Okay, well, yeah, they're the ones who initiated it. You guys, go on. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty cool. So the county, that's pretty cool. He actually got to go up there. Dope. So continuing on, I still say MJ Biz didn't get the right. There's no way that was. There's no way. So the quietest 5D is life. Reflections on the hearing. So the hearing commenced, blah, blah, blah. If you notice, the industry's participants who are reporting on this hearing or think they have stepped into a proponent's shoes, they participated. We disclosed this kind of enthusiasm, right? Yeah, Natalie Ferg did an interview with Cultivated Animals in her 3-part Weed Week. I've attended the hearings. Well, what about me? Oh, I didn't attend the hearings, you're right. Let's take a look and see what Emily Dufton's got going on. See what she's been saying. That was the first week. Oh, wow. Nothing. Okay. As both reporters have suggested, this may be the DEA's strategy, and we believe that it has a winning case, so it's only proving that marijuana has at least some medical efficacy. The problem is, as I noticed with Verdig's interview, is that there's another option outside of Schedule 1 and 3. That's can choose Schedule 2. No, but actually, so Mr. Drum went over this in his little live talk with the singer down here in Florida, because it's the way that you prescribe on why that's happening, right? It's the way that you're prescribing. It's the way that you're prescribing it. That's all. So yeah. Uh, what is the DEA doing in marijuana rescheduling hearing? They're pro. DEA LJ hearings are extremely rare. Well, they're doing this so that way it can't be challenged. Risk an ALJ that could recommend Schedule 1 or 2, which could weaken the DEA's argument. This person just doesn't like the DEA. Do DEAs at current barely can tell us anything? What? That's because you're not digging deep enough. You just don't like the DEA. Simple as that. Alright, let's see what High Times is saying. Everyone published this on Sunday, that's funny. Or Friday, I mean. Every NGO participant selected opposed reform. By the time the record closed, one marked witness had undercut a central part of his side's case, another had reported acknowledged cannabis. Okay. According to transcript, yep, everyone's quoting everyone else. Pablo, the opposition carried through the hearings. So Hans was the clearest example of a problem that ran through the whole proceeding. When the opposite witness engaged the government's actual legal criteria, some handed the government useful admission. And when the strongest scientist went after the rule, she made the fight about which legal standards applies. The most consequential report admission came from Sam. Yeah, I remember that. The opposition's strongest witness made the fight about the test. The opposition witness helped the government. The opposition's strongest moment came from witness who worked for the agency. Sam subpoenaed the pharmacologist and DEA's FDA. Yep. The government declined to cross-examine her, leaving the testimony untested on cross, even if its own affirmative was tested. Medical use framework. Science has been read as confidence. Business of cannabis interpreted as a government signaling five press has been superseded, that her testimony was aimed at the court rather than at this judge. No, that's not true. One hearing, two audiences. Chief Administrative Law Judge Derek Julius hit the scope narrowly on day one. The gap between the testimony and the questions in front of Julius suggests that the judge was only one audience. The other was the U.S. Court of Appeals, where three challenges to April rescheduling order have already been consolidated, and a motion to stay the order is pending. It's not true that this starts to lose. The government, for its part, chose not to fight every point. The DEA cross-examined sparingly because they didn't want to give a platform to ridiculousness. Everyone's point was specific. Yeah. What happens next and when? Day after the record closed, Julius issued an order for transcript. Let's set the next real marker. August 17th for 50-page briefs. After the briefs, they'll do a decision. And then we'll get a transcript. Everyone's waiting for that transcript. At least have strongest argument in the hearing resting on legal claim. Okay, so everyone's pretty much come to the same thing. Alright, so this is Mr. Stephen Cohen of Tennessee. But the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation went up and said they didn't want it rescheduled. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. Well, he's a congressman, not a senator, so that makes sense. Alright, let's continue on. They're having fun. They're having trouble playing. Let's try it again. What's this reel about? Oh, that was the Cannabis box, guys. Alright, looks like the Instagram's being butt. An excerpt from the High Times. Nothing. Okay. The final day. So the states of Nebraska, Idaho, and Indiana participated. That's when we got Mr. Holland. So D'Souza testified that cannabis symptoms illness. Directly engaged with the question whether cannabis had a currently acceptable medical use. which is hilarious. I don't. That's not true. It's not the anti-rescheduling states. I don't think that's what it was. Hanzo told the Tribune that legal regulated cannabis is a positive for law enforcement. Yeah, see, he was a Trojan horse. He was a Trojan horse. Because it's a Trojan horse. With the previous public statements on cannabis. Okay, so his message shifted as he became president of Northern California with Safeguard Communities, a multi-county nonprofit, where he seeks all his funding from the Howard Buffett Foundation. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office accepted 300 grant from the coalition, funded 3 staff positions and training equipment. That's pretty cool. So what comes next? Same deadline. Everyone's talking about August 17th. Julius gave no indication at the close, but let's record a decision. 9 anti-scheduled parties are challenging the 2026 order. Okay, so way to go, Ben. We're gonna give you a follow and a connect. Appreciate you, big guy. You're doing the work. You're doing good work here. Business cannabis here. That was pretty cool. All right, so order for transcript corrections that goes here in briefs. Yep. So pretty much we're gonna be getting the transcripts by August 17th. Sorry, not by August 17th. It was by, let's say, probably 20 days after August 17th. So somewhere in August, we're getting that. But once you get that transcript, you'll be able to pick apart everything. Everything. Okay. So yeah, just as I predicted, they definitely ended early. I'm curious to hear the closing statement. And yeah, so now that's pretty much that. We're gonna go over Veterans Edition 22. We like them. We actually know these guys right here. They're pretty dope. Yeah, this was the 2024. Yeah, this was the earlier one. This was the previous one. And they scrapped it and did a 2026 version. So now that we have all that down, let's take a look at the CAOA cannabis legislation PDF. When was this introduced? What year is this? I don't know if this is the correct one. So we're just gonna keep looking. Yeah, this is 2021. Okay, here we go. This was from the 117th Congress. Okay, what about the 119th Congress? Okay, here we go. Here we go. So this is the one that was 8 hours ago. Okay. So the only CAOA was introduced 2 days ago. So this was just introduced. Let's get the text. Text has not been received. So they haven't put the text in yet, but we do have Mr. Booker's version of the text. And okay, so here's the original version. So we'll put the so here's the original version. Then we have the new version. Then we have the introduction of the previous one. Yeah, this was the first one. And we can actually take a look to see if some of these things were done. Because it looks like this was submitted a while ago. So we're going to ignore that one for now. So yeah, so we have this one right here. Ooh. There you go. There's also this, which hasn't done anything. What is this? Marijuana 1 to 3 Act? Restrictions. Wait, what? Notwithstanding subsection of the CSA, the Attorney General of the United States shall by order no later than 6 days to the date of enactment of this section transfer. Oh, he tried speeding it up. And they're just like, no, we got this, dude. This isn't how it's done. From Florida. Gregory Stube. Is he even still in... Let's take a look and see if Gregory Stube is still... Let's take a look. Is he still... He is. He is still technically... Oh, he's a candidate. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, no, he's representative. So he's representative of Florida State 7, District 17. Okay, so he represents Sarasota. That's interesting. So this dude introduced... Okay, so he's really looking at being the Republican. Okay. Well, he also tried to speed this up and he didn't understand how it works, so yeah, they ignored him. Alright, so we have the official text here from Cory Booker's website. We have this, and then we have this. I will be right back. I'm going to take a break. Yeah, let me pull you in. I will be right back. Right? We're going to take a break. And when I get back, we will have a reading of this bill. And you can read it with me if you'd like. So that way we know the ins and outs of it. Yeah. But I'm going to be right back. So just give me like 5-10 minutes. Just give me like 5-10 minutes. That's all I'm asking for. I'm just asking for 5-10 minutes. 5-10 minutes. Just give me that. All right. And we're back. And we are back. So. Let's take a look at what Mr. Booker proposes. Now, excuse me for some reactions I have. My reactions are going to be that in a framework of pro medicinal cannabis Floridian. So, if I give reactions to some things, I apologize. And if I give reactions that you may or may not like, I apologize. But without further ado, let the apologies end, the thank yous commence, and the reading begin. So, I need to get comfy for this one. I need to get comfy for this one. So, this is going to decriminalize. Pause. So, decriminalization is not a thing. Decriminalization doesn't exist. All decriminalization is the act of not enforcing laws. So, for instance, state law says, hey, we are banning, I don't know, let's say tryptamines. But the local municipality says, we're not going to enforce the penalties of that law, right? So say the penalties are you have to pay like $5,000 if you're caught with it, and like 3 years in jail. The county, town, municipality, fucking that local area, if the law enforcement decides not to participate with that, like there's no arrests, there's no documentation, there's no court, there's nothing, that's decriminalization. Just a blind eye. Just like, boop, I don't see it. Decriminalization. So the term itself, to decriminalize cannabis, is an ox. Like you can't decriminalize something. You just change the laws, right? And then everyone follows them. So, and deschedule cannabis to provide for reinvestment in certain persons adversely impacted by the war on drugs. So that certain persons adversely impacted by the war on drugs means my friends, not me, but like whoever's writing this, Mr. Booker, his friends who were impacted by the war on drugs. War on drugs, everyone was impacted on the war on drugs. However, the war on drugs was used as a way to incarcerate minorities, people of color, etc. So that's what he's talking about there. To reinvestment for people of color impacted by the war on drugs. I don't know why he says certain persons, because he knows that putting the actual language is going to get everyone in a hubbub. So he's trying to quietly say the loud part out loud. Whereas like we're going to reinvest in the black community. To provide for expungement of certain cannabis offenses and for other purposes. We're going to figure out what those other purposes are in a moment. Mr. Booker introduced the following bill, which is read twice, referred to the committee on, and it wasn't read twice because it was just introduced, and the actions so far are. Oh, it was read twice. How is it read twice and referred to the Committee on Finance if we don't have the text for it 2 days after it's been introduced, but he has it right here? Oh, this is weird. This is weird. All right, so it's also weird is like Chuck Schumer isn't signing off on this. This is just a Booker thing. That's fascinating. They've been beefing. Anyway, so to decriminalize and deschedule cannabis, provide for reinvestment in certain persons impacted by the war on drugs, provide for expungement of certain and other purposes, being enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. This is going to be called the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act, CAOA. There's going to be 3 sections, a table of contents, of findings, and definitions. The first title is going to be decriminalization, where we're going to be talking about the, the decriminalization of cannabis and transferring agency functions with regard to cannabis. That'll be interesting. We'll go over states' rights and diversion of cannabis for public safety, research, training, and prevention, societal impact of cannabis legalization study, biomedical research on cannabis, public health surveillance and data collection, award to prevent underage cannabis use, national media campaigns on cannabis use, increasing availability of cannabis products for research purposes, trans NIH cannabis consortium. That's pretty cool. A trans NIH cannabis consortium. Okay, I'm interested in that. Cannabis Research Interagency Advisory Committee. Awards for cannabis research. Beautiful. That's what we need. Okay, Department for Veteran Affairs clinical trials of the effects of cannabis on certain health outcomes. Cannabis research infrastructure grants. Yes! Give me the fucking grants. All right, cannabis impaired driving prevention. Definitions. Cannabis impaired driving research. Cannabis impaired driving research. Day. Cannabis impaired driving research. We get it. All right, Title 3. Restorative justice and opportunity. This is where, so Title 1, we'll get into that. I don't know. Title 2, perfect. Title 3, I love it. Well, no, Title 3, here's where we get into the sticky wicket. This is what's going to cause them a lot of problems. Opportunity trust fund programs, that's going to be an issue. Comprehensive opioid stimulant substance use disorder program, that'll be nice. Availability of small business administration programs. Okay. Okay. Demographic data of cannabis businesses. Okay. Pilot program, eliminating disparities caused by cannabis-related businesses and service providers. Okay. Resentencing and expungement. Sure, I like that. No discrimination in provision of the federal public benefit. Sure. No adverse effect of the purpose. Okay. No, provision by healthcare providers for the VA, provision of healthcare providers of Indian healthcare recommendations. Okay. That's the reservations. Creation of the Opportunity Trust Fund and imposition of taxes with respect to cannabis products. So they're going to create this trust fund through taxing cannabis. I don't know how I like that. We'll see what the trust fund does, I guess. So FDA regulation of cannabis, amendments of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act is going to have a review. Regulation of CBD, transition periods, funding for FDA. Federal Cannabis Administration increased funding for the alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis tax and cannabis tax and trade bureau. Okay. Workplace health provisions, finding regarding employers in the cannabis industry. Or funding? Is that finding or funding? Cannabis as a targets topic for Susan Harwood training grant program? Huh? What's that? Oh, to prevent workplace hazard. Okay. Hell yeah. Guidance on recommended practices, workplace impact of cannabis legalizations, grants for community-based education. I love all of this. Grants for exactly what we need. Purposes, sense of Congress, requirements for filing suspicious activity reports, guidance, investment in community, fair access to financial services, yes. Consumer protection for individuals with nonviolent criminal records, yes. Okay. Comptroller General Review, Cannabis Product Advisory Committee. I want on that committee. Give me that committee. I want on that committee. Okay, what else we got? Definition of hemp under USDA domestic hemp production. Grants for hiring and training relating to cannabis enforcement. And then severability. Okay. This is gonna be something I think I can get my like right behind. I don't think there's gonna be any issues with this whatsoever. Mr. Booker, I think you wrote a fucking fine bill. Communities that we have less harmed or cannabis prohibition are benefiting the least from legal marijuana marketplace. A legacy of racial and ethnic injustices compounded by. So this is going to be tough for a lot of Republicans to swallow. I think they'll be fine though, because there's no denying it. 38 states have adopted laws. 49 states have reformed their laws. The FDA recommend that the cannabis be rescheduled. And the DEA, don't forget the DEA. Legal cannabis businesses support more than 417,000. Legal cannabis sales totaled 33, wait, 100 million billion, 33 billion in 2023. Didn't they project it to be like 58 billion in 2025? Well, either way, they still predict it to be doubled almost in the next 5 years or two. I don't know if that's right actually. Is this right? Let's see that. Legal cannabis sales 2023 states. I like Alpine. Alpine's pretty good. Cannabis category preferences by age group. Cannabis sales. Okay. What was the total sales? Jobs. Sales. Okay, here we go. So this is the cannabis forecast. So what do you have for 50% growth of sales, totaling 26 billion? Okay, I think this is just a forecast. Let me just take a look. There's no way. State legal cannabis revenues according to the data. Okay. Well, it's a complete picture of the cannabis workforce. Okay. So national retail revenue. Wow. Yeah, it's not that for free. My name is Ron. My last name is Todd. My email is rtodd@tokenhaley.org. My role? What is my role? I guess I'm a. I guess I'm. Am I media? Are we media or are we a company? I guess we're a company. We're Token Haven. LLC. My phone number, you guys don't get to know that one. Okay. So they sent it to us. So I'll take a look at that and pull it up later. This is pretty cool. 412,000 Americans are employed in legal cannabis. That's dope. This is only a 40 markets analog, 40 state markets, not the 49. What was he saying? What was he saying about the 20? Where's it at? Oh, yeah, that's Susan. Legal total 33.6 billion in 2023. And now it's 29.1. Huh? Um, okay. And it was 30 billion in 2024. So the revenue is going down. Fascinating. Oh, this is 2026 so far. 2026 is only halfway over. So if we continue this sale, it'll be 50 billion. Shit. All right. Well, whoops. Yeah, it's definitely going to be this by the end of 2026. All right. According to the American Civil Liberties Union, enforcing cannabis prohibition laws cost the taxpayer strictly $100 million, $3 billion a year. Three. I need to fix this camera. $3 billion a year. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So the continued enforcement of cannabis prohibition laws resulted in over 227 arrests. 4 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis than their white counterparts, despite equal rates of use across population. I want to see the statistics on this one. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just want to see 4 times more likely to be arrested in 2022. In 2022? Yeah, I want to see where that's coming from. People of color have been historically targeted by discriminatory sentencing practices that are 13% longer than the sentence imposed for whites and Latinos, being nearly 6 times the non-Hispanic whites. Huh. 2013, case of cannabis was fourth most common cause of deportation. Since 2003, it's deported more than 45,000. But the most serious convicted was cannabis possession. Okay. Fewer than 1/5 of cannabis businesses. Fewer than 1/5 of cannabis business owners identify as non-white. Okay. Is that true? Is that was 2017. 2018. That's a Facebook. Okay, it's a Yahoo. Let's see what Yahoo is saying. Yahoo isn't okay. Fortune. Less than 2% of the nation's marijuana business. A 2017 marijuana business daily. Per Leafly's jobs report in 2021. Okay. Let's take a look at Leafly jobs report 2025. Let's take a look at demographic. Or maybe business owner. All right, so there's like 45% of the employment. Wow, that's sad. Wild. Okay. This does not equal, hold on, sales. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21. Maybe 23, 24 if you include the extra bits. I guess 29 if you, okay. um, U.S. overview, cannabis stats. At a glance. Huh. Let's embed this in our site. That's pretty cool. Explore the data. U.S. cannabis market size statistics. Employment statistics. Okay, but what about by demographic? I thought we had it. I don't think we have it, guys. All right. Um, Jobs report. Let's do minority-owned businesses. Let's take a look. Social impact. Okay, here's something from Mercury News. I don't want to see the quote that they did. Sources. 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 I'm not seeing the source. Okay, I'm out. All right, embeddable cannabis statistic widgets. Oh, that's me. Okay. All right, so all of this is trying to. I'm just trying to see fewer than 1/5 of cannabis size. That's true. Okay, egg on my face. Wild stuff. Applicants for cannabis licenses are limited by number, so that's why they want to. Okay, okay. I understand. I understand. I get it. I get it. I get it. Licensing fees and costs in these states, which can require more than 700 grand. Historically disproportionate arrest and conviction rates make it particularly difficult to call it enter a legal cannabis marketplace. That's true. Federal law severely limits access to loans of capital cannabis businesses. Well, that's just anybody. That's not just impacting minority and tribal business owners. In fact, tribal small business owners actually have a workaround. Okay, yeah, some states, Indian tribes, and municipalities have taken proactive steps to mitigate the equality. Right, that's why I was just okay. That's what. So they acknowledged it. So in this act, cannabis products. The terms cannabis and cannabis product have the same meaning given the term, according to the FDA. So the cannabis offense, the term cannabis offense meaning criminal offense related to cannabis, that under federal law is no longer punishable pursuant to this act. So no, or the amendments made under this act, or that under state law is no longer an offense, or that was designated a lesser offense, or for which the penalty was reduced under state law pursuant to or following the adoption of a state law authorizing the sale or use of cannabis. Okay. Indian tribe means the governing body of any individual identified. Okay. That's all you want to define? You just want to define cannabis, cannabis product, cannabis offense, and Indian tribe? Maybe that's why the text isn't submitted yet, because they need more definitions. Alright, cannabis removed from the schedule. Alright, so cannabis meaning the terms. Okay, okay, okay. Google. Alright. Control F. Oh wow, okay, so you're just saying that like it's all underneath this. Okay, hold on. hold on. Okay. So these are definitions. Okay, here we go. Okay, so where's number one at? The term new drug means Q R S B W X A A. The term abbreviated drug means the application of drug. Okay, so he said have the same meaning given such terms in subsection. Wow. Okay. Okay, so he's just throwing it under there. He's just like, here's the blanket. Okay, here you go. Here, what's that? Term tobacco product. Term critical food means that a food is. And they got a whole bunch of amendments. So cannabis is going to be under this. Okay, okay. So that's what's going on here. Okay, okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can't video capture. Because it's kind of hard to see. I'm just going to move everything over really quickly. I wonder if I can like inverse this. How do I inverse this? Oh, I got an idea. I won't inverse this. I'll inverse the actual. Hold on, watch this. No, we're not rotating. Now we're not fitting the page. I just want to put. Oh wait, 2-page view. That's better. I think. Oh wow, that's 2-page view. Okay. Okay, I like 2-page view. That'll sort of like 2-page view. Okay, here we go. Here we go, here we go. So now we can just go through these. And I guess I'll just have to 2-page view this. Wrote the annotations. Alright. Well, them's the breaks. That's all she. Oh, nope. That's stretching everything out. Alright. That'll do. Alright, so let's take a look. Alright, so we've already been over all of this stuff. Let's keep on going down. Alright, so we already went over the definitions. Right? Let's take a look. So I really don't like this look. I don't like how unusual this is. Alright, added the 2-page view. Ooh. Okay. That'll do. I guess. Can you read most of it? I guess so, yeah. Sort of. guess you can, more or less. Like if I scroll down, you can see. Okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna read it like this. All right. All right, all right. And then I'm also not liking how my video is being. I don't like it. So I'm gonna transform it really quickly. What if I line it this way? Nope. That's what it is. All right. So let's take a look at the width. Let's see if we can't. No, that ain't it. Use the crop. There we go. There we go. Let's get some of my head in there. There we go. I like it. I like it. I like it. Oh no. All right, let's peel this back some. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now you got me. Now we're good. Here, it's a little more to the left. There we go. Bingo. Let me get out of your way so you can read this. And then let's crop this some to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. There we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Dank bank. Dank bank. Let's just see. Perfect. All right. We're good. You're good. I'm good. We're all good. Good. So, let's get back to the matter at hand. Let's talking about this. All right. So, Section 101, decriminalization of cannabis. Thank you again, Cory Booker, for submitting this and getting the ball rolling, seeing what's going on with the DEA submissions. So, I normally don't see eye to eye with Mr. Booker, but like, hey, here's to you. So, cannabis removed from schedule of controlled substance. Removal in statute is amended in subsection by striking. Okay, so this is already being done. So maybe this is like it just in case section 3 doesn't happen. But that's already being done. It's already being moved to number 3. Anyway, so they're saying they're going to remove it from Schedule 1. Even though it'll still be Schedule 3. By striking the Controlled Substance Act marijuana. And in paragraph 17, by inserting in cannabis or tetrahydrocannabinols before in hemp. So let's take a look at what that means. So we got to go to the Controlled Substance Act. So to go to Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substance Act, we need to hit paragraph 17 to see what that says. Where's paragraph 17? Okay, so here's Schedule 1. Control F17. Here you go. So, unless it's specifically defined, or unless any material compound which quantity of the following isomers. Chemical designation. Alright. So, by striking marijuana in paragraph 17, by inserting in cannabis. Let's put there, let's find in hemp. Control F in hemp. Okay, so editorial notes, amendments, section 2018. Inserted except for tetracannabinols in hemp. After tetra schedule 1. Okay. So Fascinating. And this was Schedule 1, except for tetrahydrocannabinol and hemp. Okay. And now they're saying it in cannabis. So they're just saying you can keep this tetrahydrocannabinols in cannabis. But it's already struck. Doesn't say marijuana. Hold on, let me control F. Okay, so you're saying to strike this completely. Strike this. And then wow. So we're striking all of that, and then in subsection D2 by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. Where is subsection D2? Subsection D1, 2. And then we're going to put in such term does not include any substance made or derived any substance from cannabis as defined or hemp as defined. Wow. And let's take a look at what that says. So this says hemp. The term hemp means the cannabis sativa on any part of the plant, including the seeds thereof, of not more than 0.3% by on a dry weight basis. 0.3% on a dry weight basis. It does not include any viable seed. And are hemp-derived cannabinoid containing cannabinoids that are not capable of being produced. Are capable of being naturally produced and THC and any other cannabinoid that is similar effect, or any intermediate hemp-derived cannabinoid products trademark or wow. Greater than 0.4 milligrams combined per total container. Total tetrahydrocannabinols, including the acid and other cannabinoids. Okay, so that's super important. So they're saying in subsection D2, by adding end of the following, such term does not include any substance made or derived from cannabis or hemp. What in the world? In paragraph 2 at the end of the term. So in D2, at the end of this, he wants to put such term does not include any substance made or derived from cannabis or hemp. And hemp meaning the 0.4. So that's fascinating. All right. So remove it from schedule. Not later than 180 days after the enactment of this act, the AG shall finalize the rulemaking of the controlled substance by moving marijuana into driver's cannabis of the FDA and the schedules of controlled substance. For the purpose of the Controlled Substance Act, marijuana shall be deemed to be a drug or other substance that does not meet the requirements for inclusion in any schedule. All rulemaking under this paragraph shall be considered to have taken effect at the date of enactment of this act. If any offense committed, case pending, conviction entered, or in the case of juveniles. Rescheduling review of non-cannabis derived in cannabis. Alright, no later than 1 year after the date of the enactment of the act, the Attorney General shall initiate a review of the schedules applicable to the substances described in subsection C17 and D of Schedule 1. Pursuant to the findings, shall, as appropriate, initiate a motion to transfer the substance between schedules. Wow. The Controlled Substance Act is amended by striking subparagraph 16 and in paragraph 44 by striking marijuana. In clause 6 by inserting or by designating clause or in the first sentence, striking subparagraph by striking something. So pretty much he's redefining everything by striking marijuana. As a matter preceding paragraph by striking marijuana, cocaine, hashish oil, and certain cocaine. Okay. In paragraph 5 by striking such as a marijuana cigarette. Okay. By striking section 401, each place the term appears and inserting section 401b5. Or, yep. Redefine. Okay, other conforming amendments. National Forest System Drug Control. Amended by striking marijuana and other. So he's going through the entire fucking thing and just striking marijuana. Means any substance. Shouldn't the following means any substance and. Okay, disqualifications. Section blah 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 of Title 49 United States Code is amended by adding at the end of the following. The FAA provision by striking means any substance and inserting the following. Any substance and. Okay. Fascinating. Yeah, inserting cannabis as defined as in section 3. Okay, so when we get to section 3 of this is gonna be fun. So what's going on right now? Okay, so let me see if I can't get a little bit closer for you guys. So what's going on right now? All right, what's going on right now? What's going on right now is we are currently. How do I best put this? We're currently seeing every legislation passed that has cannabis within it being redefined by this act, right? So he's just like link here is what's going on here. He's just like, hey, wipe this and put link here, and then the link here is, well, the link here, right? So let's continue on. Other contraband. All right, so it's by striking marijuana, tariff act provisions, by striking the second sentence and inserting if any such merchandise so found consists of smoking opium or opium prepared for smoking, the master of such vessel or person in charge of the vehicle, the owner of such vessel or person directly responsible for the opium, liable for $500 for each ounce thereof so found. Wait, what? $500 an ounce of opium? Wait, what? Wait, what? What's the current? Wait, what? Wait, what? We have to see. I have to see. Okay, hold on. Opium. Okay. $500 each ounce. No shit. Wait, what? If any merchandise that consists of the master of such vessel, 1,000 and consists of smoking opium, prayer smoking, or marijuana. Oh, the or marijuana. Wow, $500 per ounce. Damn, $500 per ounce of marijuana. Damn. Okay. Turns out around shot the same. Wow. But that's what he's striking right now. He's striking that. Okay. Retroactivity. The amendments made by this section are retroactive and shall apply to any offense, case pending, conviction entered, and in case of juvenile. So he's retroactively going back. Dude, if Cory Booker pulls this off, this is going to be the biggest change in cannabis history. With respect to any pending criminal charge or waiting sentences that is impacted by this amendment, in this section, the government shall drop the relevant charges or seek dismissal. That's true reform. No later than 60 days after the date of enactment of this act, the director of the Bureau of Prisons shall release from his control. A sentencing court shall enter any individual. Wow. In the case of a defendant who, before this date, this is true cannabis reform. Holy shit. Special rule for federal employee test. For purposes of executive order, cannabis shall not be treated as an illegal drug. The CAOA, HHS, or head of agency may deem cannabis to be Schedule 1, but it's not. Federal employee in a position of the head of the agency determines the right to actively involved in national security. That is subject to this section. The term cannabis has the meaning given the term Section 3. We're not Section 3 yet. Special rule. The amendments made by this section may not be construed to abridge the authority of the Secretary of Transportation or the Secretary of the Department in which the Coast Guard is operating. In this subsection, the term controlled substance meaning, anything under the controlled substance. In regard to cannabis. Transferring the jurisdiction from the DEA to the Department of Health and Human Services and Department of Treasury. Ooh. The functions of the Attorney General acting through the Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency relating to cannabis administered by the Secretary of HHS. Who is the current Secretary of HHS? Mr. Kennedy. Wild. And Department of Treasury. Who's Department of Treasury? Scott Bessent. So those two would have direct. Oh, also the director of the Mint? Mr. Paul Hollis. I got to meet that guy. I got to meet that guy. I got to shake hands with him, tell him how much he's fucking awesome, and yeah, fucking this dude's fucking dope. Fucking director of the Mint, fucking wild shit. Anyway, I actually really don't know anything about him. I just know that I got to meet him, so it's pretty cool. I don't know. I'm starstruck by politics. So please don't. Anyway, so let's take a look. Take a look. So the redesignation of alcohol and tobacco tax and trade bureau is alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis tax and trade bureau. So the HHS of 2002, alcohol, tobacco. Any reference to the tax and trade act? So pretty much just redesignating that. Okay. For purpose of carrying out the purpose of this act, the Secretary of Treasury, acting through the AT, ANCT, and TB, ACE. Oh my goodness, so funny. Alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis tax and trade bureau, as already designated. Wait, isn't it firearms? Alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis. Wait. ATF. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Uh oh. Uh oh. And he's trying to rename it to. And he's trying to rename it to Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Tax and Trade Bureau. Copy. Control V. Wait, what? Okay, so he's just adding cannabis to this. So what's the difference between this and... Wait, is the ATF gone? Wait, what? ATF home? So you have the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Tax and Trade Bureau. Huh? Okay. Okay. I guess this will just be... What's the... Oh, okay. This is where we actually submit a formula, submit a claim. Ooh, this is an important website. Done. Huh. Submit a formula? A formula is a complete list of ingredients used to make an alcohol beverage. Whoa. Okay. Okay. This is something. Let's apply for a permit. To operate a business, you must apply for a permit. But wait, does that mean that you're gonna have to apply for a permit through here in order to operate a cannabis? Huh. Huh. So does that mean that all the MSOs are gonna have to reapply? Well, that's fascinating. Huh. So that's gonna add a lot more paperwork if this goes through. Instead of it being on a state level, then everyone's gonna have to qualify with the TTB, or in this case, it would be so the TTB. It would be the T TCTB or ATCTB. Anyway, regarding such coordination, compliance with burdens for purpose of establishing random understanding. Any compliance burdens imposed by the person with cannabis injury or service violation is active. The race is unpredictable. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see this being a huge sticking point with a lot of people. No one wants to have to get qualified through the Department of Treasury. That's fascinating. Fascinating stuff. Anyway, states and statutes as operative on termination of transportation. All cannabis transported into any state or may therein shall be subject to the operation and effect of the laws of that state. To the same extent, in the same manner, so cannabis has been produced in that state or territory, it shall not be exempt therefrom by reason of being introduced there in the original packages. In violation of state law, the shipment or transportation in any manner or by any means whatsoever of cannabis from state to state or any foreign country into the state by any person, sold to any person, to anything, is prohibited if it's against state law. Transportation of cannabis product. No state or Indian tribe may prohibit the transportation or shipment of cannabis products through the state, the territory of the Indian tribe. Okay. An act divesting intoxicating liquors of their interstate characters in certain cases. Interesting. So they're gonna add cannabis to that. Fascinating. Wow, give me one moment, guys. Just gonna go get something to eat real quick. Get a little break in. And then we're also going to say hi to them. All right, and we're back. And we're back. Super flat into the couch. All right, so last I was here, just not even a minute ago. We were going over the diversion of cannabis. So this is pretty much going over common or contract carrier, meaning a carrier holding a certificate of convenience and necessity or permit for contract carrier by motor vehicle under Title 49 United States Code. Okay, so real quick, before we continue, I just wanted you guys to know like how integrated cannabis is within everything, right? And how every industry is impacted by cannabis, right? Like think about it. I've gone over like 7 different industries regarding cannabis. And from Department of Transportation. Oh, hi, meow meows. Hi, meow meows. It's a Rufus. Get over here, buddy boy. Behold, Rufus. He's my cat. He's not my cat. He's my girlfriend's cat. Best girlfriend in the world. That's the best cat in the world. And I don't care what you guys say, my cat is better than your cat. And I'll fight you on that. We'll take it to the mat. We will take it to the mat. My cat's better than your cat. Yeah, he is. Aren't you? Aren't you the best, most sweetest cat in the world? Yeah. I need to get a cat cam. Okay. Okay, sit by Rufus. Sit by Rufus. Hehehe. Ah, that's my buddy boy. So I was gonna see him. So, yeah, everything's integrated with the cannabis. Everything. Everything. The cannabis industry is so much larger than anyone can ever realize. And the ancillary, it's cannabis. I'm talking about that cannabis. All right, thank you. Thank you. So, common contract carrier, yep. Cannabis diversion. Except as provided shall be unlawful to knowingly grow, manufacture, ship, transfer, receive, possess, sell, distribute, or purchase 10 pounds or more of cannabis without authorization. Ooh. So you can do like 8 pounds. As permitted, Federal Alcohol Administrative Act, or as added by 511 of this act, or knowingly possess 10 pounds or more of cannabis that bears no evidence of the payment of the local cannabis taxes. And if found, the state requires a stamp, impression, or other indication to be placed on packages or other containers of cannabis to evidence payment of cannabis tax, and the cannabis tax is in possession of any other person other than the person holding a permit. Ooh, okay. Knowingly growing, manufacturing, shipping, transporting, receiving, possessing, selling, distributing, or purchasing 20 pounds or more of cannabis without this permit is going to be even bigger. Knowingly possessing 20 pounds or more is going to be bad news. Exceptions shall not apply to a common or contract carrier transporting the cannabis involved under a proper bill of lading or freight bill, which states the quantity, source, and destination of the cannabis. Okay. And 2, the person who is licensed or otherwise authorized by the state where the cannabis is found to account for is paying the cannabis taxes, and they complied with the accounting and payment requiring of such licenses or authorizations with respect to the cannabis involved. Anyone in the United States, or any officer, employee, or agent in the United States of any department having possession of cannabis in connection with the performance of their official duties, or a person involved in the manufacturing. Okay. marketing or distribution of a drug containing cannabis that is otherwise in compliance with state law. Who possess cannabis in connection with 12. Okay. Any person who violates subclause 1 or 2 shall be no more than 1 year fine, 50 grand, or both. Subclause 3 or 4 shall be imprisoned no more than 5 years or 100 grand. Whoa. Okay. I like the exceptions. Except a person who is licensed, or otherwise authorized by the state. It's also there's also it does not apply to any officer, employer, or agent in the United States, Indian tribe, or a state, or any department, agency, or instrumentality of the United States or a state, including a political subdivision, having possession of cannabis in connection with the performance of a official duty, or a person involved in manufacturing. Wow, fascinating. They just protected themselves from just like that's wild. The penalty provided. So that's fascinating. So this right here protects. Oh, like Mr. Booker's got to protect his own, and everyone included. That's fun. Okay. So yeah, big fines, big fines. All right. I shall not. So enforcement. It shall not. I don't know why I keep saying that. It shall be the duty of the Attorney General, upon request of the Secretary of the Treasury, to bring an action for the injunction against any person who violates. Wait, really? Huh. Secretary of Treasury is gonna have to get involved. That's fun. Oh, okay. Treasury furnishes the Attorney General with evidence. Gotcha. Tracking and tracing. Ooh, here we go. No later than 1 year after the date of this act, the Secretary of Treasury, acting through the ATTB, or the ATCTB, in coordination with the Secretary of HHS, shall issue regulations relating to the tracking and tracing of cannabis products, pursuant to paragraph 2. Good faith. Pretty much, they're just going to trust that the tribe's going to just do what they need to do. Regulations concerning record keeping for tracking and tracing. The Secretary shall promulgate regulations regarding the establishment and maintenance of records by any person who manufactures, transports. Wow. You know who's having a field day right now about this? If this passes, these guys, these guys, these guys are through the moon. You know they're gonna go for it. Either metric is metric biotrack, but they can always apply with biotrack. Yep. But these guys got bought out by the previous guys. I assure you. Hey, look, AI. That's funny. All right. Well, anyway. But anyway, let me get a drink. I'm gonna drink. All right. All right. So, so. Inspection. In promulgation with subparagraph A, the Secretary shall consider which records are needed for inspection to monitor the movement of cannabis products. Huh. The Secretary may require codes on the labels of cannabis products or other designs or devices. So the Secretary of the Treasury is going to have to do it all. They're not even going to. Oh my goodness. The Secretary of the Treasury has to develop the track and trace system for cannabis all over again. So not only do you need to do a state system, but you have to do a federal system as well of tracking and tracing how cannabis moves. That's going to be a lot for the Secretary of Treasury. Size of business. The Secretary shall take into account the size of a business and promulgating regulations under this section. Yep. So pretty much outsource it. The Secretary shall not require any retailer to maintain records relating to individual purchasers of cannabis products for personal consumption. Let's go. We ain't tracking the people. If the Secretary has a reasonable belief that a cannabis product is part of an illicit drug trade, each person who's part of that operation shall, at the request of the officer designated by the Secretary, permit, within the limits, upon the presentation of appropriate credentials and a written notice to the person, to have access to and copy all records relating to that shit. And the Secretary shall not authorize an officer or employee of the government of any of the several states to exercise authority under the preceding sentence on Indian country without the express written consent of the Indian tribe involved. Wow. He really talked to the native tribe on this one. Failure to comply. You can compel inspections. The district courts of the United States shall have the authority to compel access by any officer. Any person who denies that fails to comply shall be fined no more than 10 grand. Wow. Knowledge of illegal, so you just have to pay the 10 grand. That's fucking wild. Knowledge of illegal transactions. If you know, you gotta, if you see something, say something. In carrying out the subsection, the Secretary shall consult with the Attorney General and the Commissioner of FDA as appropriate. Consideration of state and other precedent. Under section quadruple 11 of the FDA, of the FDC, FFTC. Current practices of states regarding cannabis and the practice of regulated industries, and whether during the 3-year period described unique standards of cannabis specified for medical use. Okay, so they're separating medical use from, well, we're not there yet. That's Title 3. We just finished Title 1. Now we're in Title 2. Research, training, and prevention. So let's take a look. Oops, sorry guys. All right, so in general, the Comptroller of the United States shall conduct an evaluation of societal impact of legalization by states of adult use. Such evaluation shall address where information and data are available. Review of the following: federal and state law. Enforcement activities include arrests related to illicit use, possession, production, manufacture, and distribution of cannabis, and diversion and seizures of cannabis. Employment in the receipt of the federal welfare assistance. Wait, what? So they're going to do a study on law enforcement activity. They're going to do a study on federal welfare, and employment. They're going to do a study on the changes in the utilization of healthcare, including hospitalization related to big boy drugs and big boy drugs for the use of cannabis for medical purposes. It's fascinating that they say this big boy drug in particular. There must be a rampant. Okay. Analysis of tax revenue remitted to states resulting from legal cannabis sales. A study of any additional areas identified by the Comptroller General of the United States. Ooh, so that just is like, hey, carte blanche. Study whatever the fuck you want. Let's go. The Comptroller of the General United States. No later than 2 years after the date of this act, shall brief the Committee of Finance, Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, and the Committee of the Judiciary of the Senate, and the Committee on the Ways and Means, and the Energy and Commerce, and the Judiciary of the House on the findings and evaluation and at a date agreed upon time, a briefing described to submit a final report to such committees. Holy cow, this is huge. Biomedical research on cannabis. Here we go. 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 This is my bread and butter. Subject matter expert. Activate. So the Secretary of Health of Human Services, in consultation with the Director of the NIH, shall conduct support research on cannabis impacts. The topics are going to include the effects of tetrahydrocannabinol on the human brain, the efficacy of cannabis as a treatment for specific diseases and conditions, including any impact on chronic pain and post-traumatic stress disorder, the impact of the use of cannabis on pulmonary function, cardiovascular events, cancer, including testicular, ovarian, transitional cell, and head, neck, and oral cancer and chronic illnesses, mania, psychosis, cognitive effects, and cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Ooh, that looks interesting. And the identification and additional medical benefits, harms, and uses. Another carte blanche. Fuck yes. In conducting or supporting the research, the Secretary may consider varying forms of cannabis, including full plants and extracts, and different types of cannabis with significant variation in phenotypic traits, and various ratios of tetrahydrocannabinol and cannabidiol and chemical composition. That's your THCV, your THC, your CBN. That's wild. CBN, CBD. Fascinating. Varying methods of cannabis delivery, including combustible and non-combustible inhalation and ingestion. That's what I've been preaching about for so long. We need a study on this. Oh my goodness. Okay. And annual reports. Not later than 18 months after the enactment of this act, annually thereafter, and for the next 4 years, the Secretary shall submit to all the committees um, the research. All right, funding. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is an appropriated out of any funds of the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $200 million for each fiscal year to carry out this section. That's not a lot. $200 million isn't a lot. Okay, hold on. Let's ask average. What are we asking specifically? Average appropriated fund for government research annually. $200 billion is appropriated for research and development. $85 billion is research. Let's take a look at this. I lied. I want to take a look at this. Okay. 92% of the total R&D funding requested in the president's fiscal year would have gone to 5 agencies. Wait, what? This is a report published. All right. As Congress oversees budget inspection. I'm just trying to figure out how much money. What's the average? Okay. Calculate the proposed fiscal year include approximately 181 billion for R&D, 10 billion below the previous 192 billion. Okay, so let's just say 181 billion. Hold on. Here we go, the average request change. So we have, oh wow, it's going down. 202 billion, 192, 181 billion. Okay, so this still doesn't tell me much. Okay. Number of awards. 55,000 awards. 35 billion. Let's just number of research grant applications. Number of equivalent grant applicants. Success average. Okay, the average size of the award is 600 million. Oh, billion. No, this is billions. This should be. Wait, this might be billion. No. This has got to be thousand. This has got to be the same. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, see, this isn't billions. Okay. So the average size of a research project grant was $600,000. Okay. But that was out of a $25 billion. Okay, I want to take a look at these numbers again. 600,000. Let's go up. Okay, so we had, let's just do some math. We have 55,000. 1, 2, 3 divided by 35 billion. 35. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's switch that up. Divided by 55. 1, 2, 3. So million, thousand, million, billion. Okay, so $636,000 was the average. Okay. 200 million. 35 billion. So what's the ratio here again? What was the percentage ratio? Oh wow. Here, let's just do this number. Copy. Control V times 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yeah, 200 million. $314. If we're doing 55,000 applicants. Okay, but okay. That's fascinating. Okay, that's a wild ratio. Um, let's just say we get. Let's just divide this by 55,000. Delete. Divide by 55. 1, 2, 3. Oop. Divide by. There you go. Yeah, $3,000. Okay. Okay, so that means on average people would be getting $3,000. That's what I figured. $3,000 if we're doing like the same amount of people applying for grants. So I think if you apply for a $3,000, $4,000 grant, that should be an easy get on this $200 million budget if you just want to get some money to start your own little trial. I shouldn't say little, to start your trial. Public health and surveillance. Okay, let's continue on. In the section heading by inserting and adverse health effects of cannabis use after substances. In subsection paragraph and wait, what are we talking about? Public health surveillance and data collection. Okay. Inserting adverse health effects of cannabis, period. Cannabis, polysubstance use. And collect data to better understand the use, health effects of cannabis, stimulants, and polysubstances. And conduct studies and evaluations. By striking 496 million and inserting 596 million for each fiscal year. Wait, what? We're going to give more money to the. Okay, okay, fine. To public safety. In addition to the amounts, there's appropriated funds, the Treasury, not otherwise, 100 million. Damn. Who's getting extra bingo on that? All right. Awards to prevent underage cannabis use. The Secretary shall award grants, contracts, and co-op agreements to eligible entities to prevent the underage. So pretty much Sam, NDASA, all those people at the hearing, they're getting this grant right here for sure. To receive an award under this section, and they shall be a state, subdivision of a state, nonprofit, community-based organization, or any nonprofit entity the secretary determines appropriate. So if the secretary doesn't like you, you might be screwed. Use of funds. An eligible entity receiving an award under the subsection use of funds to award linguistically appropriate programs, community-based, school-based, and higher education programs that target youth with juvenile justice and child welfare systems that offer screening, prevention, early intervention, diagnosis, treatment, referral, and recovery support. Design, test, evaluate, and disseminate the evidence-based and evidence-informed strategies. Fuck yes. To maximize the effectiveness and community-wide approaches to preventing and reducing underage cannabis use. You're going to educate children, adolescents, youth, parents, healthcare providers, and communities about the dangers of underage cannabis use, including impaired driving due to cannabis use. I like how they say, like, tell them about don't drive. We don't want you stoned on the road. Collect data on underage cannabis use to identify and address need. So pretty much the guy who did DARE, he's going to be all over this shit. Collect data on underage cannabis use to identify and address, strengthen collaboration amongst communities, address community norms regarding underage cannabis use, support other evidence-based and evidence-based information. Supplement, not supplant. Funds awarded under this section shall supplement, not supplant existing save. Funds to prevent and reduce. Okay. Priority consideration. In making awards, the Secretary should give priority to eligible entities that serve medically underserved communities. Communities with high rates of underage cannabis use and communities that have historically experienced disproportionate arrests and conviction rates from the sales, manufacturing, use, etc. But not counting convictions involving distribution of cannabis to a minor. Huh? Okay. Funding. In addition to the amount otherwise available, there is an appropriated out of any funds in the Treasury 15 million for each fiscal. 15 million, that's it? Ew. Shit, they really don't care. And they do care, but not that much. Or they just don't want people to milk. Alright, after the purpose of this section, the term Indian Tribal Organization, Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. Okay, the national media campaigns of cannabis use. Secretary of Health. Actually, I just pushed it. Let me read that one more time. The terms Indian tribal have the meaning given such terms in Section 4 of the Indian Self-Determination Education Act. Okay. And the term urban Indian organization has the meaning given in term in Section 4 of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. Okay. So in general, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in consultation with the Administrator of National Highway Traffic Safety, shall fund and oversee the production, broadcasting, and evaluation of national public service media to prevent and reduce underage cannabis use and cannabis impaired driving. The campaign shall educate the public about the negative consequences of underage cannabis use and cannabis impaired driving and the public health and safety benefits of evidence-based and evidence-informed policies to reduce underage cannabis use. Yeah, and all these be conducted through multiple media sources in a manner that's culturally and linguistically appropriate, in a manner that reflects best practices in public health communication, including in accessible formats. In carrying out the campaign, the Secretary shall consult with interested parties, medical, public health, consumer, parent, disability, law enforcement, community-based, and other stakeholders. I'm another stakeholder, as determined by the Secretary. Education awareness campaign for cannabis use. Secretary in coordination with the heads of other appropriate departments through the existing programs and activities, if appropriate, shall advance the education awareness of the public regarding cannabis use. The education shall address any dangers and negative consequences of cannabis use, awareness and prevention of cannabis use, the effects of cannabis on the human body, including with respect to the use of different circumstances such as workplace and while operating motor vehicles, the effect of cannabis when mixed with other substances, the other relevant public health or biomedical research as the Secretary determines appropriate. Huh. Report to Congress. And after some time, you're going to report all this to Congress. Dealing guard the consultation with the Secretary, engagement in subsect funding. You get $5 million to do this. That's not a lot, but hey, $15 million for impaired driving, $5 million for telling the adults not to do it. All right, increase availability of cannabis products for research purposes. Here we go. 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 Okay, so the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Director of the National Institute of Health and in collaboration with the Commissioner of Food and Drugs and the Attorney General, shall take steps to increase the availability and diversity of research grade cannabis products for intramural and extramural research activities, including cannabis products with varying cannabinoid concentrations, products that reflect regional differences, and products available to be sold directly to consumer. In carrying out subsection, the Secretary may develop a guidance clarifying how entities engage in extramural research supported by the government and how they may be accessed, products available to be sold directly to consumers. Only 1 year, they're going to get a report on it. They're going to get $275 million to carry out this section. Wow. That's awesome. So pretty much they're going to start using research with the shit that we're getting. Not later than 1 year after the date, they're going to report their, 275 million. That's incredible. That's honestly, and that is just going to be used to pay the farms and pay the staff to perform the clinical trials. That's awesome. All right, Trans NIH Cannabis Consortium. As part of the section, the director of the NIH shall establish an independent consortium to be known as the Trans NIH Consortium to coordinate cannabis research programs. Membership of the consortium shall be appointed by the director of the NIH and consists of representatives of multiple national research institutes and national centers. The chair of the consortium shall be the director of the NIDA. Wow. In coordinating cannabis research programs across the NIH, the consortium shall establish priorities, identify gaps of opportunities, identify opportunities to develop the next generation of cannabis research. The consortium shall consult regularly with external experts in the field of cannabis. That's me! Including industry, patient organizations, and other stakeholders. No later than 1 year after the date of enactment of the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act, every 2 years after, they're going to report their findings to the committee. They're going to report any research project involving cannabis, any strategic initiative that include a significant compound, career development awards for early researchers, and then detail on the composition of awards for early career researchers. Such other information as the director of NIH appropriate. Hooray! Okay. Cannabis Research Interagency Advisory Committee. Established within the HHS, a Cannabis Research Advisory Committee, Interagency Advisory Committee, federal research relating to cannabis and aspects of federal programs, activities, technical science, to minimize barriers to such programs, for the full communication and exchange of information. The advisory committee shall established under subsection consists of the following agencies or their designees: the National Institute of Health, so the NIH, the CDC, the FDA, the Substance Abuse Mental Illness, SAMHS, SAMHSA, the Office of Assistant Secretary of Health, OSHA, the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Health, that's not OSHA, the Office of Minority Health, the DEA, the A, as so designated by this section. He really wants to call this the ATTCTB. Just take up, yeah, that's pretty funny. So the Department of Transportation, any other agency with subject matter expertise that the Secretary of Health and Human appropriate to advance research in cannabis. I'm a subject matter expert. I have subject matter expertise. I want to go to the Secretary of Human Health Services to determine appropriate advanced research. I can do that. I can help so much. I have a master's degree from the University of Maryland. Let me add, pretty pleased with the cherry on top. Pretty pleased. Anyway, monitor cannabis across all relevant. Develop a summary of advances in cannabis research, identify barriers, make recommendations on how to appropriate changes, how to make appropriate changes, and make recommendations to them. And don't forget to provide public feedback. And we're going to develop a strategic plan of conduct to support cannabis research, which shall include proposed budgetary requirements and recommendations to ensure that cannabis research of the HHS and the other departments are not unnecessarily duplicative. So pretty much don't repeat yourselves. Submit to Congress and the President an annual update of the summary. That's pretty cool. Award for cannabis research. Here we go. Shall awards grants, contracts, and cooperative agreements to public and nonprofit entities to conduct or support research on short and long-term health effects of cannabis, considering the harmful effects. Such research may consider the etiology, epidemiology, and health effects of cannabis use in at-risk or under-researched populations, such as pediatric and older population individuals with chronic illnesses, pregnancy, lactating women, and their infant children, and heavy cannabis users. They're going to consider the pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic properties of cannabis, modes of delivery, different concentrations. I literally know all about this. I know all about this. All right. And other cannabinoids. Consider the harms and benefits associated with understudied cannabis products, such as edibles, concentrates, and topicals. Right. Consider the short and long-term harms and benefits associated with exposure to chemicals and other products commonly involved in growing, possessing, and selling cannabis. Utilize clinical trials of the potential beneficial and harmful health effects during different forms of cannabis, such as inhaled, whole plants, and oral. I've been asking for this. I've been asking for this for so long. Seek to characterize the health effects of cannabis on unstudied and understudied health endpoints, such as epilepsies in pediatric populations, symptoms of PTSDs, childhood and adult cancers, cannabis-related overdoses and poisonings, and other high-priority health endpoints, along with providing support for the development of novel diagnostic technologies that allow for rapid, accurate, non-invasive assessments of cannabis exposure and impairment. Okay. To be eligible to receive an award, an entity shall submit an application to the Secretary containing such information as the Secretary may require. In selecting award recipients, their Secretary shall be reported to entities that is minority serving institutions and institutions described in section. Okay. That's going to be an issue for sure. To give priority to minority serving institutions. People are going to have issue with that, I can tell, because that's going to cause discrimination, and people are going to fight over who is going to be considered the most minority serving when it should just be a carte blanche. Make it a lottery system. Anyway, Considerations. In making awards under this section, the Secretary, to the extent that practicable, may ensure equitable distribution of awards among the geographical regions of the United States. Each entity or consortium of such entities that receive an award shall submit an annual report to the Secretary on activities conducted under such award and any information the Secretary may require. In only 5 years, the Secretary shall make the Committee on Health, Education, and Pensions. Wow. The Secretary shall make reports submitted under paragraph 2 available as the HHS. And they're going to allow $200 million for this. Okay, so we have $400 million so far dedicated to research and funding. $200 million through the NIH, $200 million through the HHS. Department of Veterans Affairs. So the Secretary of Veterans Affairs shall carry out a series of clinical trials. Okay. Clinical trials required shall include an evaluation of effectiveness of cannabis. So we're looking for osteopathic pain, the reduction or increase in opioid use or dosage, the reduction or increase in benzos, the reduction and increase of alcohol, whether there's inflammation, sleep quality, agitation, quality of life, in respect to the coverage of veterans with PTSD. Symptoms of PTSD are established by and derived by the PTSD scale, checklist, and symptoms. This PTSD diagnostic scale and other applicable methods. The reduction or increase of benzo usage. The reduction of increase of alcohol, mood, anxiety, social functioning, agitation, suicidal ideation, sleep quality, nightmares, night terrors. And the clinical trials can also include chronic pain, PTSD on pulmonary, cardiovascular, cancers, a lot of cancers, inflammation, motor vehicle accidents, mania, psychoses, cognitive effects, cannabinoid hypermesis syndrome. Okay, there it is again. Okay. Neuropathy, spasticity, substance use disorder, or mental health disorder. Fascinating. Long-term observational studies. Types of cannabis. In carrying out clinical trials, the Secretary shall study varying forms of cannabis, including whole plant and extracts. So the Secretary shall study no fewer than 7 unique plant cultivars, strains, with ratios within the following categories: 1 to 5, 1 to 3s, 1 to 2s, 1 to 1s, 2 to 1s, 2 to 1s, and 5 to 1s. Wow. Use of control and experimental groups. Okay, so people start making like 1 to 6s, 1 to 7s, because they're going to need that for research. That's insane. Okay. Hell, even 1 to 10s. Shit. 1 to 3s, 1 to 4s. 1 to 1s are going to be a huge, easy, like, everyone's already making those. Clinical trials require a subsection include both controlled and experimental groups that shall be of similar size and structure, represent the demographics of veteran population, at limitation of enrollment of certain veterans. And they cannot have an existing substance use disorder. They cannot have contradictions to medical cannabis that could give them psychosis, or for veterans to whom cannabis is based on current medications, prescribed and non-prescribed. Okay. Pretty much these are people who can't participate. All right. Data preservation. They're going to preserve all the data, not less than 108 days. They're going to tell a few people, a few committees on what's going on. Eligibility and retirement of these covered veterans. Participation covered in cloud. 12 trials, periodic reports. Reported periodically. Covered veterans are defined as. All right, cannabis research infrastructure grants. Okay, higher education, 865, is amended by adding at the end of the following. The Secretary, in consultation with the Health of Human Services, and as appropriate with other federal agencies, shall award grants on a competitive basis to institutions of higher education to enable such institutions to develop or enhance infrastructure for exploratory cannabis research, including the cultivation of cannabis for research purposes. To be qualified to receive a grant under this section, an institution of higher education shall submit an application to the secretary, and the secretary deems appropriate. It's going to be a description of the projects they wish to institute, with the plans of how to carry out the grant, and how such project will address the research infrastructure needs of the institution. In awarding, they're going to make sure that it shall be given to institutions of higher education as described, under resource institutions hired with experience in conducting or supporting cannabis research. In sections 371A. What section are we in now? We're not 371A, are we? Here, let's do this real quick. Control C, Control F, Control V. Oh, the minority serving institutions. That's what he's talking about. So he's hiding it in code. So pretty much, yeah, pretty much minority-based institutions. Then institutions who have experience with cannabis. That's kind of messed up, honestly. Like, I don't know. I think institutions with experience in conducting support for cannabis research should have first access to this study, right? Like this funds. Like this should be flipped. I don't know. So use of funds. An institution of higher education that receives a grant under this section shall use the grant funds to cultivate cannabis for research purposes, purchase, rent, or lease scientific lab equipment, construct or upgrade cultivation. So pretty much make a lab, like a whole cultivation lab. Setting school policies, procedures, and training to support research such as policies and training to safely handle and store substances. Paying state fees to apply and receive certificates or registration to handle certain substances, or recruiting or retaining staff. Awards, notwithstanding for any other provisions of law activities, violation section 120. The purpose of enforcing applies to this section. Activities supported by grant under this section shall not be considered violations of section 120. Okay. Community colleges. Okay. A public institution of higher education. Private institution of higher education. Yep. Funding. $200 million. $200 million more dollars. Okay, so that's $600 million right now. 200 million of that can go towards the build out of a college facility to pretty much research cannabis. That's where I need to be. That's where I need to be. Okay, cannabis impaired driving prevention. So this is where NDASA comes in. So dear NDASA, the term administrator means administrator of highway traffic safety administration. THE means tetrahydrocannabinol. Wait, what? Why not cannabinoid? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Tetrahydrocannabinoid. Okay. Okay. Not what we're looking for. Right. Okay, so what about CBN, NIH? See, that's the issue. Delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol. That's what I. Okay, and what did he say again? Just means tetrahydrocannabinol. Oh shit. That's an overstate. That's an overlook. That should be. The term THC means it shouldn't be. Uh, they didn't define. Oh god. They need to redo this section right here. Anyway, the secretary shall collect and, as appropriate, shall share with the secretary of HHS data relating on the cannabis impaired driving, college cannabis and other substances, including the collection of crash rates specific to crash involving driving with THC in their system or a combination of THC and other substances in their system. That's fascinating. It should really be, hold on. This is what he should be looking for. He should be looking for THC coup, not THC. Because as we saw in shit, NIH, team. There it is. So as we saw earlier, where's that? 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 There it is. THC, THC coup. THC is down here, right? Right. See, diamonds are THC. Diamonds. THC coup. Triangles. Here, let me zoom out. So as you can see, we shouldn't be looking for THC. We should be looking for THC-COOH. That's a little bit of an oversight on the driving impairment data. They definitely need to fix that. If they don't fix that, they're not looking for the right thing. Because again, as you can see, like we need to be able to see how long it's been in their system for, not just if it like because it can get processed out pretty quickly after a day. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so we're looking for the combination of THC and other substances in their system no later than 1 year after the date of enactment. Trying to initiate a website survey to collect the drivers. Now in 3 years, it's going to be submitted to all the committees. So research of cannabis impaired driving. So the study is going to be no later than 3 years. Whether an increased likelihood of crashing a motor vehicle after recent cannabis use, the effect of cannabis on driving behavior, whether there was a correlation between THC level and level of impairment as tested in oral fluids. Maybe oral fluids. I mean, but then you're not. And are we smoking or are we? Yeah, I don't like this the way this is written. Whether the current standard field sobriety test developed by the is accurate enough, whether driving behavior changes on frequency of cannabis use, which it does, whether there is any potential increased risks associated with cannabis use together with another substance, which there is, with any other data necessary to improve safe driving outcomes. Okay. Gonna live 3 years, give it up. All right, DOT Cannabis Impaired Driving Prevention Programs. The Secretary shall research and implement data-driven strategies to educate the public about the dangers of cannabis-impaired driving, which shall include the following. Cannabis-impaired driving use prevention best practices. Okay. 1 year, they're going to develop a best practice for the states and communities to prevent cannabis impaired driving for the people under the age of 21 as target demographic, in consultation with the CDC and the HHS and other heads. And biannually, they're going to give what their research and data becomes. And the campaigns are going to tell us after 3 years whether or not it's actually being carried out and how it's being carried out, and if it's actually impacting anybody. Determine whether the campaigns accomplish the objective that they set out to do. If yep. Any other factors the Secretary determines appropriate, including the document of the yep. No later than 6 months after the date of which the Secretary completes the evaluation, they got to submit it to the committees. Summarize that the data collected and provides the analyses of the data, includes recommendations, and determination of the campaign. Fascinating. Whether or not it was ineffective at preventing cannabis impaired driving. And here's the program. All right, so the term cannabis is the same thing. Yep, grant program. The term grant program means the grant program. THC means in section 221 of the cannabis. Yep. Establishment no later than 1 year after the date. The secretary acting through the administrator. In accordance with implement programs to prevent impaired driving due to cannabis. The secretary may provide a grant under this section to any state that describes how the state will use the grant, with how the state will implement the best practice developed, agrees to provide the data, and the use of funds can only be used to train public safety personnel, to increase the capacity of impaired toxicology testing labs. Damn, yeah. And to train for and implement impaired driving assessment programs. To develop, implement high visibility enforcement efforts. And for the court support of high visibility enforcement efforts to train and educate criminal justice professionals, to assist those professionals in handling cannabis impaired cases, hiring traffic safety resource prosecutors, hiring judicial, oh my goodness, judicial outreach liaisons. What is that? What's a judicial outreach liaison? Peer-to-peer active or retired judges who serve as subject matter experts and consultants. That's hilarious. Wild. Does that mean I'm a cannabis outreach liaison? I want to put that on my LinkedIn real quick. Current position. We'll put founder. Industry. Cannabis. And then cannabis industry liaison. Right? That's how you say it. Not that one. Outreach liaison. Yeah. Wait, is that how they spelled it? It is. Dope. Alright. And then we're just going to get rid of and your consultation. I still like that. Integrated cannabis industry. And you know what? I'm gonna show you guys. Give me a linked LinkedIn bio for watch and behold. Uh, Cannabis industry liaison. Copy. Oh. Control V. I think that's good enough, right? Hmm. Can we do that too? Control C. Control V. Control C. Control V. Okay. All right, we're just gonna save this. We're just gonna save it like this. I like this. Save. Hooray. So while this is getting done, we're gonna go back here. So establish deuces. Hold for refresh. And if I Google that, yeah. Let's put in subject matter expert. Oops. All right, and we're 73 over. Okay, let's take a look. B2B partnerships. Perfect. Save. Bingo. All right, so collect the data, develop and carry educational campaigns, participate in national campaigns, prohibition. The Secretary will prohibit the use of grant funds for an activity described in subsection D if the Secretary determines the activity is ineffective or preventing candidates from driving. So pretty much you get your grant taken away if it's deemed that you ain't doing a good enough job. So not less than 10% of the funds allocated to the state shall be used to carry out activities described. Oh, not less than, so 90% of that. So 10%, less than 10% can be like diverted. For the first 3 years, the grant program is established. Shall be 80% in any fiscal year in which the state is awarded a grant. Wow, okay. Increased federal share for any state that does not meet the condition. They're losing their grants. 70% in the fourth fiscal year to the date. Wow, they're just gonna keep on going, just keep slashing it. And they're giving 45 million to this. The analysis for a chapter is amended to insert the following. Okay, National Cannabis Impairment Standard. Okay. Whether or not it's feasible to establish a national standard. Okay, so it's going to take 3 years and 2 years after to establish whether or not we can. Man. Hey. I'm the best. I have the best person, the best partner. I'm texting my partner how I'm looking forward to hearing about their day later. How much I love them. Okay, so continuing on. So, yeah, pretty much we're going to be seeing whether or not it's even possible to establish this type of rule. And if the secretary deems it not feasible, they're going to just end it. Ooh, $30 million to do this. Huh. $30 million on top of this funding. Oh no, it was 30 million on top of where was it? What was East Funds? I think. Oh, maybe we didn't get a number. Okay, so yeah, you have 30 million to get this done. Okay, to give to the states. That's not bad. Okay, so let's take a look. Yeah, there it is. So Title 3, Restorative Justice and Opportunity. Subtitle A, Opportunity Trust Fund Programs. So here's where I think it's gonna be a lot of sticky wicket for a lot of people. Let's take a look. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's take a look. The Cannabis Justice Office Community Reinvestment Grant Program. The Cannabis Justice Office, Part A of Title I of the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Acts from 1968 is amended by inserting the following section. There is established within the Office of Justice programs of a Cannabis Justice Office. The Director. The Cannabis Justice Office shall be headed by the Director, who shall be appointed by the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Justice Programs. The Director shall report to the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Justice Programs. The Director shall award grants and may enter into compacts, co-op, and contracts on behalf of the Justice Office. The Director may not engage in any employment other than that of serving as the Director, nor may the Director hold any office in any capacity for any organization other than which where they make contracts in other arrangement. The Director shall employ as many full-time employees as needed to carry out the duties of the Cannabis Justice Office. No 180 days, the Director shall not hire more than a third of the total number of employees of the Cannabis Justice Office, and no greater than half of the assigned Cannabis Justice Office by term appointed that may be after 2 years be converted to career appointment, and hire not fewer than one employee to serve as a tribal relations coordinator. So you have to have at least one tribal relations coordinator. And at least one hired for legal counsel to the Director, and shall provide counsel to the Cannabis Justice Office. Cannabis Justice Office is authorized to administer community reinvestment grants, perform other such functions as the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Justice programs may delegate that are consistent with the statutory obligations of this section, which is the Community Investment Grant. So pretty much the director of the Community Justice Office shall establish and carry out a grant program to provide eligible entities with funds for individuals adversely impacted by the war on drugs, including job training, re-entry services, legal aid, literacy programs, youth recreation, and health education. In this part, the term cannabis conviction means a conviction or adjudication of a juvenile delinquency for a cannabis offense. As defined, the term eligible entity means a nonprofit organization and Indian tribe or a Native Hawaiian serving entity that is representative of the community. That was a weird shout out to the Native Hawaiians. The term individual adversely impacted by the war on drugs has the meaning given to the term. The term Native Hawaiian means a Native Hawaiian organization. As defined, they're carving out something for Hawaii here. Cannabis Opportunity Program Equitable Licensing Grant. Okay, the term administrators means that the SBA and the administrating thereof, along with the Indian tribes, to create an automatic process to expunge, destroy, or seal criminal records, to eliminate violations or other penalties, and to create an automatic process to expunge and destroy cannabis offenses. That's wild. Federal poverty level. Individuals adversely, who has had an income below 250% of the federal poverty level for not fewer than 5 of the past 10 years. What's the federal poverty level? So for individuals, the federal poverty level is 15,960. So if you times this by, they said 250%. So we'll just say 2.5. So individuals who have an income below 40 grand for not fewer than 5 of the past 10 years, and who has been arrested for or convicted for the cultivation, or the parent, sibling, or spouse of whom has been arrested for. Small business. I'm technically the sibling or the child of someone who's been arrested and convicted. Small business concern owned and controlled by socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. Small business concern owned. Term state means each of the several states, DC, Commonwealth, territories. The Cannabis Restorative Opportunity Program to provide loans and technical assistance under Section 7M of the Small Business Act to assist small business owners, small businesses concerns owned and controlled by socially and economically disadvantaged individuals that operate in eligible places. So 5% shall be used to provide loans, technical assistance to the tribes. Equitable licensing. The administrator shall establish and carry out a grant program to be known as the Equitable Licensing Grant. Provide any eligible state or locality or eligible Indian tribe funds to develop a waiver of cannabis use for individuals who had Yep. Okay. We're still under Equitable License Grant Program. Okay. and they can't have less than four of the following. So they have to have the poverty level, be a first-time applicant, and the conviction of cannabis offense took place. The prohibition of cannabis license holders engaging suspicionless cannabis drug testing. Okay, the establishment of a cannabis licensing board that reflective of the racial, ethnic, economic, and gender composition of the eligible states. Include at least one rep from the eligible Indian tribe, which shall serve as an oversight. Study on programs. No later than 1 year. The Comptroller General of the U.S., along with the administrator, shall conduct a study of the individuals and entities receiving these grants under these programs. They're going to get a description of efforts by the administration to increase access to capital for these businesses and the demographics. The Comptroller General of the United States shall submit a report to everybody. Appropriations. So the grant program. In addition to the amounts available, there is appropriated out of the funds of the Treasury one wait, $1.6 billion. 100 million billion. Yeah, $1.6 billion for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until September 2030 to carry out this program. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's more than the other. It was 2, 4, 6, 800 million for the research, but you get 1.6 billion for this grant program. I don't know if I like this. I think this 1.6 could go toward more research, but I might be wrong. Cannabis Restorative Opportunity Program. In addition to the amounts otherwise appropriated, 17 million will remain available until 2030 to carry out the program under subsection 2. Wow. Okay, so these are the different grants, right? Cannabis Restorative Opportunity Program, Equitable Licensing Grant. They're going to get $550 million for the Equitable Licensing Grant. That's wild. That's a lot of money. Only 17 million for the Restorative Opportunity Program. That's the small business. That's wild. All right, so comprehensive opioid stimulant and substance use disorder program. So in part, they're going to redefine everything. Substance misuse. Instead of opioid abuse, they're going to put substance misuse and abuse. Okay. $200 million for this research. Availability of small administrations. Okay, here we go. So cannabis-related legitimate businesses and services. The term cannabis product as defined. Cannabis-related legitimate business as defined. Engages in any activity described in subparagraph B to the law by any tribe, state, or political subdivision. And participant in any business organization activity that involves handling cannabis-related products. The component manufacturer, cannabis-related service provider means a business, organization, or person that sells goods, provides, etc. It does not include business, organization, or person that participates in a business or organized activity that involves in handling cannabis products, including cultivation. Okay. All right, so does small business develop centers? Services for the cannabis. A small business development center may not decline to provide services to an otherwise eligible small business concern under this section solely because the concern is cannabis related. Same thing for women's business centers. Can't discriminate. SCORE is amended by the head of the SCORE program established may not decline to provide services to a small business solely because the concern is cannabis related. Same thing with veteran business outreach centers. Same thing with community navigator pilot programs. That's wild. Loans. Here we go. Loans to cannabis legitimate business. The administrator may not decline to provide a guarantee for a loan under this subsection, and a lender may not decline to make a loan under the subsection to an otherwise eligible small business concern solely because the concern is cannabis related. Same thing with disaster loans. Same thing with microloans. A small business investment company debentures to finance. The administrator may not decline to purchase or guarantee a debenture. I'm pretty sure debenture is, yeah, a long-term debt, unsecured debt used by governments and large corporations to raise capital. Okay, so debenture is your credit. Okay, other assistance, can't discriminate, state or local. The administrator may not decline to provide because it's cannabis. Demographic data. Okay. The Bureau of Labor Statistics shall regularly compile, maintain, and make public data about individuals who are business owners in the cannabis industry, individuals who are employed in the cannabis industry, and data about all their fun stuff. Notwithstanding any of the provisions in this section, the name, address, and other identifying information of an individual described in subsection A shall be kept confidential by the Bureau of Labor. The term cannabis industry means the industry. Yep. License permit under the law. Owner, the term owner with respect to business owner means a business owner. The state's the state. Pilot program. Okay. Legibility intermediary. A private nonprofit entity, including a private nonprofit community development corporation, a consortium of private nonprofit organizations, or a nonprofit community development corporation, and an agency of or nonprofit entity established by the Native American tribal government that seeks to have been awarded a loan, not less than 1 year of experience making loans to startup or socially and economically disadvantaged small. Okay, so these are the people who are giving the money out. Community development financial institution. Okay, individuals adversely impacted by the war on drugs. The program, the social economic business concern, the establishment, make direct loans to eligible intermediaries for the purpose of making loans to small business concerns. Okay, loans to eligible intermediaries. Application. Each eligible intermediary desiring a loan under this subsection shall submit an application. Size range, the interest in the rate, the geographic area, etc., etc. No loan may be made to an eligible intermediary under this subsection in a total amount outstanding and committed to exceed $10 million during the participation of the intermediary program. So pretty much, if you want to, you can actually like be a lender. You can get a grant to be a lender, and the loans under the subsection shall be for 20 years. Fascinating. Loans made by the administrator or eligible intermediary under the program shall bear an annual interest rate described in subsection, with its fees and collaterals, delayed payments, matching participants in amount. No more than 30 eligible intermediaries and a total amount of $300 million. Okay. That's a lot. Loans to small business concerns. Maximum loan is $200,000 to any one small business. Subject to clause, a loan may be made. A loan made by an eligible intermediary to a small business concern under the section may have a fixed or variable interest rate. Shall bear the interest rate. Review restrictions. If we get, we're going to get $90 million to carry out one paragraph, $40 million to carry out the other paragraph. And the program should terminate after 10 years. which is interesting because the loans are made for 20 years. So I don't know how you're going to force someone to continue the loan for an extra 10 years when the law that made it so. That's interesting. That's an interesting concept. That might be another like sticky wicket for somebody. All right, and then in the sense of the Senate, under the such power transfers are most impacted by the war on drugs. I don't prioritizing adversely impacted by the war on drugs. That's I get it. 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 All right, eliminating disparities among cannabis-related legitimate businesses and service providers. All right. The Administrator of Small Business Administration shall review regulations, policies, and guidances of the administration to eliminate disparities for cannabis-related businesses. Pretty much check yourselves. Restorative justice. All right, expungement of the federal offense. Pretty dope. No later than 1 year after this, everyone, if you have a federal court case since 1971, yeah, you're expunged. The right to petition the court for expungement at any point after the date of this act. You can still, if you feel like you haven't been here, get expunged. Seal your record, get a certification saying it's been done. They shall be immune from criminal penalties, perjury, false statements. All right. Related to the expunged cannabis offense. Exception. An individual who at sentencing received an aggravated role adjustment pursuant. So pretty much if you had more than just drugs, and we're going to make a study about it, see what happens. And 2 years later, they're going to report that study. And they give the definitions at the end. That's pretty funny. All right, no discrimination in the provision of federal public benefit of the basis of cannabis. No person may be denied federal public benefits, such as personal responsibility, okay, on the basis or use of possession of cannabis. Wow. A federal agency may not grant, deny, or assign a security clearance based solely on past or present cannabis use. Yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need. We need that for people, and people that I know need this right here. Fucking, oh my goodness. Page 118, we have section 312, section A, or section B, line 6. That's exactly what this is. We need security clearance. Okay. No adverse effects for purposes of the immigration laws. Alien may not be denied any benefit, protection, including conduct of finding, omission, addiction, or abuse, or arrest, or due education, omission for this act. Okay, and then it's immigration. Marijuana. In section, they're gonna strike so anything that has cannabis, they're striking. Except for the provided, a non-citizen may file one motion to reconsider decision. Removable orders impacted by cannabis offenses. Such orders based, rendered notice of non-citizen eligible. Okay. Okay. By striking, we're striking everything cannabis related. So provision by healthcare providers of the Department of Veteran Affairs. Okay. So the 180 days shall update all regulations, guidance, and memoranda to provide recommendations and opinions to veterans regarding participation of cannabis programs, provision by healthcare providers of Indian health programs. Copy me this. 180 days. Tell your people this is happening. Taxation and establishment of trust fund. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Chapter 56, cannabis. Okay. So in the IRS Internal Revenue Code of 1896, they're going to amend they're going to create a whole new chapter called Chapter 56, Cannabis Products, and they're going to impose tax. Okay, 10% tax for any cannabis product sold during the. Okay, the first 2 years is a 10% tax. For any cannabis product sold during the calendar year after the 2 years, 15%. Wait, what? First 2 years. Period after the first. Sold in the. Okay, so every 2 years. So first 2 years is 10%, second 2 years is 15%, third 2 years is 20%. Oh my God, for any cannabis product sold during the calendar year after that period described in paragraph 3, 25% tax. There's no way. There is hereby imposed on any cannabis product produced in or imported into the United States a tax equal to, for any such product removed during the first 5 calendar years, ending after the date of which this chapter becomes effective, the applicable percentage of such product removal price, and for any product removed during any calendar year after the calendar years described in paragraph 1. Okay, so for any cannabis sold during the first 2 calendar years in which this chapter becomes effective is 10%. Okay. And then, oh my God, they really mean it. They mean at the end of the 5 years, so 2, 3, 4, at the end of the 5th year, they want a 25% cannabis product tax on a federal level. That's going to get rewritten. There's no way. There's no way. What is the federal tax on alcohol? Federal percentage tax on alcohol products. Cents? Cents? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Control F percent. Are you kidding me? Tax credits. What about the tax rate? What? There's federal. What is the percentage on? They're out of their minds. This is where everyone's going to fight. No one's going to 10% tax. For the first 6 beer produced or removed by a domestic brewer who produces 2 million barrels or less. For the first 60,000, it's $3.50 per barrel. That's not even percentage based. And 60,000 to 2 million for the first $16. The tax is only $16. This is insane. there's like no taxes whatsoever. Per proof gallon. What in the world? This is insane. Firearms, pistols and revolvers have a 10% of the sale price. Ammunition is 11% of the sale price. They want to increase it to 25% of the sale price. $10% is a lot. Like, I mean, like, what has 25% federal tax? Uh, what product is taxed 25%? Let's just do that. What is the tax percentage on products? Federal. Yeah, but we do have special taxes on things. Yeah, no, I know what sales tax are. Tax rates. Here we go. National just sales taxes paid. How high the tax would need to be to replace all revenue. Oh, this was them trying to like tax rates. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at just the beer. Okay, they don't have beer. Let's take a look at the excise for spirits. What's the foot? Let's say. In control states, the governments directly control the sales of distilled spirits. Revenue in these states is generated from various taxes. Okay. So we have state taxes per gallon. So $3 per gallon in Arizona. That's not even a percentage on per product. Like, I don't think you guys understand why I'm freaking out here about for any product. That could be a pre-roll. That could be a giant ass fucking 10 10-pound bucket. 10%, 50%, 20%, 25%. There's no way that's gonna they're gonna amend that. They have to if this is passed. They have to. For purpose of subsection A2, the term applicable equivalent amount means with respect to the cannabis product removed. In case of cannabis product not described, the product of an applicable rate per ounce multiplied by the number of ounces of such product. And B, in the case of any THC product, the product of the applicable rate per gram multiplied by the number of grams of THC in such product. So they want to okay, hold on. For purposes of paragraph 1A, the term applicable rate means with respect to cannabis removed during the calendar year 25. 25% of the prevailing sales price of cannabis flowers sold in the United States during the 12-month period ending one calendar quarter before such calendar year, expressed on a per ounce basis as determined by the secretary. For purposes of paragraph 1B, the term applicable rate per gram means with respect to any cannabis product removed 25% of the prevailing sales price of the THC sold in the United States during the 12 months period ending one calendar quarter before such calendar year. What in the fuck? That's insane. They can't tax it by the percentage of THC. That's now in the case of any THC product, the product of the applicable rate per gram, portion of tax at the like rate on all fractional parts of a gram in such product. There's no way. For purposes of subject, the applicable percentage shall be determined as follows. C. Equivalent amount. With respect to cannabis products removed during any calendar year. Go to, in the case of any cannabis product not described in subparagraph B. So in the case of anything that doesn't follow in between this, the product of the rate per ounce multiplied by the number of ounces of such product at the like rate. What the fuck? You're gonna tax it by ounce and by percentage? Where 25% of the prevailing sales price of cannabis flowers sold during the 12-month period. That's insane. Alright, let's take a look at liens. The tax imposed by this shall be a first lien on the cannabis product from the what? The tax imposed by this section shall be a first lien on the cannabis product, from which until the tax is paid. The lien imposed by this shall terminate in the case the product produced at a cannabis production facility or the products are withdrawn from bonded premises, withdrawn from exported, deposited in a foreign trade zone, or deposited in a customs bonded warehouse. They're talking international trade. What in the fuck? The credit for qualified domestic manufacturers. In the case of qualified domestic cannabis product, there shall be allowed as a credit against any tax imposed for the calendar year an amount equal to 50% of the applicable tax for such calendar year. Okay, so if you're domestic, you get it's only 5%. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus. God. 10, 15, 20, 25 turns into 5, 7.5, 10, and then like 12.5. So that's still not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay. Okay. Okay, my head was spinning for a second. Like, holy shit, this is for international trade. I get it now. For purposes of the subsection, the applicable tax amount shall be an amount equal to or less than. Ooh, who's texting? Who's reaching out to me? Oh, emails. All right, so for purposes of the subsection, the applicable amount of tax shall be an amount equal to the lesser of the amount of tax imposed by the subsection or the phasing amount. Phasing amount. For the purpose of the paragraph, the phasing amount shall be an amount equal to $2 million for the first calendar year subsequent to the year described in $2 million. $3 million, $4 million, $5 million. All right. Credit not allowed for cannabis received in bond, imported, smuggled, or legals. Okay. Oh, hi, Meow Meow. Everybody wants to be a cat. Alright. For all of you who can't see, I got my Meowsers here. He just wants attention. He's gonna sleep here with me. Let's see if we can't. See if we can't. Oh, nope. Still can't see him. Come here, Rufus. It's the Rufus. Oh, kisses. Kitty kisses. Come here. Get over here. Oh my goodness, look at this cat. Look at this cat, so precious. So precious. So yeah. So I got my browsers here. Yes. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to petting Meowsers here. Let's see if I can't see if we can't do some. Oh, you just can't see him at all. That's interesting. Let's do some order. Oh, nope. Transform. Nope. There he goes. Too late. We'll get the kitty cam next time. What you do. All right. So let's go back to this. So yeah. So okay. This has to do with a phase-in amount. So this is applicable tax. So for purposes of the subsection, the applicable tax amount shall be an amount equal to or lesser than the amount of any tax imposed by subsection A, which was the 10, 15, 25, or in the phase-in amount. So for purposes of subgraph, the phase-in amount shall be an amount equal to, for the calendar year in which includes the date of which this chapter first becomes effective, 2 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. So I guess that means that this is how much money we need to raise before there's no more tax. Let's take a look. Let's take a look what a phase-in amount for taxes means. Let's Google it. So according to Google, a phase-in amount. Qualified business income phase-in range begins when the taxable income exceeds the base. Oh, okay. So you get on a federal level when you're making more than this amount. So you need to make more than $2 million in order for you to become phased into this tax. Yeah, a lot of big companies aren't going to like this. Credit not allowed for cannabis. The credit under this subsection shall not apply to the case in which cannabis is received in bond, imported, or smuggled, produced other than the authorized by this chapter. Processing exception shall not apply when it transferred in bond solely as unprocessed plant matter. If such cannabis is processed by the taxpayer to produce an extract which contains no plant matter. Okay. Contract packaging and labeling exception. In the case of cannabis transferred in bond, from the person who produced such cannabis to another person, packaging and labeling, and return to the transfer for removal shall not apply, but only if the transfer retains title during the entire period. Pursuant to rules issued, if two or more entities that produce cannabis products under a license, franchise, or an arrangement shall be treated as a single taxpayer. Okay. And then time for determining allowed credit. Same time the taxes determined under subsection of this section shall be allowed at the time the tax described in the subsection, as if the credit allowed by this subsection constituted a reduction. Wow. So cannabis products, the term cannabis products have the same meaning. Cannabis flower means any cannabis plant consisting of the flower of the plant Cannabis sativa, or any parts of the plant with significant concentrations of THC as designated by a secretary. That's a bad move. That's a bad move right there. That means people are going to do sugar leaves because he's not going to know about sugar leaves. Fast or the stalk itself. All right, cannabis plant. The term cannabis plant product is any part of the plant in which is a cannabis product and does not contain any cannabis that has been processed, extracted, or concentrated. THC product means any cannabis product other than the cannabis plant product. Okay. Tetrahydrocannabinol, the term means total equivalent as defined in section 297 of that. All right, let's take a look. Oh, hemp. Industrial hemp. Let's see what industrial hemp. Okay, industrial hemp. Okay. Hemp. I think I'm off the wrong path. I think I just need to find industrial hemp. Here it is. Grown for the use of stalk plants, fiber, grown for the use of whole grain, oil, cake, nut, whole, grown for producing microgreens. That is plant that does not enter the stream of commerce to support hemp research. Grow for the use of viable seeds. Hemp-derived cannabinoid product. Human animal use. Is not yet the final form. Is a powder, liquid, tablet, oil, or other product, or intended to be marketed to be mixed, dissolved, formulated, or otherwise added to or prepared with another substance to be consumed. The term does not include a drug unless it's subject to application. Okay. Okay. Fascinating. Intermediate hemp-derived cannabinoid product. Fascinating. All right, continuing on. Up. So, definition for cannabis enterprises. The term cannabis enterprise means a producer, importer, export, warehouse proprietor. The term producer means any person who plants, cultivates, harvests, or grows, processes, prepares, packages, compounds, converts. Subject to such regulation, Secretary of the term producer shall not include any individual otherwise described in the paragraph. The only cannabis product described in such paragraph with respect to the plant. Such individual is solely involved in the planning, cultivation, of quantity of cannabinoids produced, personal name, the production limitation determined by the Secretary necessary to protect the public and protect the revenue. Importer. The term importer means any person. Non-tax paid cannabis products produced in a foreign country, removes cannabis products for sale or consumption in a customs bonded warehouse, or smuggles or unlawfully brings in a cannabis product. Let's take a look at a custom bonded warehouse. Let's take a look. So, proof facility reported to be stored. Okay. So we need to find custom bonded warehouse cannabis. Let's see what comes up. That sounds like Uruguay. Bonded warehouse programs. Huh. All right, let's take a look. Okay, so yeah, it's a whole thing. It's export warehouse proprietor. The term export warehouse proprietor is any person who operates an export warehouse. The term export warehouse means a bonded internal revenue warehouse for the storage of cannabis products. Proceed. Internal revenue tax has not been paid. Let's see if we can find that. Export warehouse proprietor. I'm telling you guys. Wait, let's talk about your cold stores and exports tax exempt products. Exact inventories. Huh. Let's take a look. Every person intends to engage in a business as an export warehouse as defined shall qualify in accordance to the provisions. So we gotta do some forms, create some corporate documents. Every partnership or association before commencing business as an export shall furnish with its application for a permit a true copy of the articles, training certificate, the bond. You always need a bond. Power of attorney, description of diagrams of premises, separation of premises, additional information. Interesting. Doesn't seem that hard to get a bond for export warehouse proprietor. Cannabis production facility. Yep. For purposes of this chapter, to produce means to include removal, the transfer of cannabis products from the premises of a producer, release of such of customs custody or smuggling. The sale which occurs in connection, which case study. In the case of any such sale which is described, if there is no sale which occurs in connection with such removal, the price on which would be determined if products were sold at price. Damn, even if you were to gift it, they were like, no, we're still taxing that. Liability and method of payment. So the producer or importer of any cannabis product shall be liable for the taxes imposed. That's that 10/15/2025. When cannabis products are transferred without payment of tax, they're going to be subjected to penalties. All provisions checked. Okay, so method of payment of tax. In case of transfer, postponement and postponement of the subsection of payment, administrative time for payment of taxes, keep the 14th last day of such semi-monthly period, imported articles. If it be the 14th day of any period, foreign trade zones, exception for articles of destined for export. Damn, you need to be an import-export fucking licensee now in order to fucking do international cannabis. If this goes through. Hey, it's 420 though. 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 It's 420. 420. Let's take breaks. 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 We're taking our hits. Yeah. Alright, we're going to feed our cats. Feed our cat. All right. Ah. What did I do? What did I do? Oh no. Oh no. Enable the preview. Okay, we're good. We're good. We didn't do anything wrong. We just. Oops. Whoops. Okay. So, as we were looking at before, the cannabis products brought into the United States with Puerto Rico. Let's do some ASMR real quick. Oh yeah. That's the good shit. So anyway, in the case of cannabis products which are brought into the United States, you have 14th day, special rule where due date falls on Saturday. You're paying it. Special rule for unlawfully produced cannabis products. Has filed the bond and obtained the authorization required under this chapter. Tax shall be due and payable immediately upon production. And taxes that are not taxpayers liable for taxes of not more than $100,000. So, in general, more than 10 grand and not more than 100 grand in taxes. In the case of any taxpayer who reasonably expects to be liable for not more than 100 grand in taxes imposed with respect to the cannabis products for imports and exports for the calendar year, and who was liable for not more than 100 grand removals and entries shall be on the 14th of the last day of the calendar quarter during which the action given rise to the imposition of the tax occurs. If you don't have more than 10 grand in taxes from your imports and your exports, the last day of payment or withdrawals and entries on the 14th of the last day of the calendar year, and the notification after limit exceeded. If you exceed the 100 grand limit, then that shall not apply to a taxpayer for any portion of the calendar year. And during such calendar year exceeds 100 grand, and any tax under subsections that which has not been paid shall be paid. If you exceed the 10 grand limit, shall not apply to any taxpayer for any portion of the calendar year following the first day of the calendar year which exceeds 10 grand, and any tax subsection that has not been paid. Oh, so they're capping the taxes at 10 grand and 100 grand. Okay. For purposes of this paragraph, the term calendar quarter has the same meaning. Okay. Payments by electronics and transfer shall apply up to 5 million amount. Constructive sale price. If an article is sold directly to consumers, sold on consignment, or sold at less than the fair market price, or if the price for this article sold cannot be determined, the tax under shall be computed for which such articles are sold, imposed on either person involved in such sale. Arm's length. For purposes of this section, a sale is considered to be made under circumstances otherwise than at arm's length if the parties are members of the same control group, the parties are members of a family, or the sale is made pursuant to special arrangements. In general, the term control group has the meaning such more than 50%. Control groups, which include non-corporated persons, shall apply to a group of persons under common control. Containers, packaging, and transportation charges. But that should include a bunch of tax imposed. They want you to pay your taxes, man. Shall be excluded from the price if the amount thereof established with satisfaction of the secretary. Paragraphs 1. Alright, determination of applicable equivalent amounts. Paragraphs 1 and 2 shall apply for purposes of section 59D 1C only to the extent that the secretary determines appropriate. A lot of this is based off like whether or not the secretary deems appropriate. Like the secretary can just say, you know what? Cannabis fucking people have been pissing me off lately. We're just gonna raise the taxes. We're just gonna lower the taxes if you guys appease me. That's wild. Obviously, it's not gonna be like that, but yeah. Partial payments and installment accounts. The contract for the sale of an article shall be paid by installments, and title to the article sold does not pass until a future date, notwithstanding partial payments. A conditional sale or a chattel mortgage arrangement. The sale price shall be paid in installments. How's a chattel mortgage arrangement? Let's see what this is. I'm actually curious. Removable personal property serves as collateral. Okay. There shall be paid upon each payment with respect to the article a percentage of such payments equal to the rate of tax in effect of the date such payment is due. Sales of installment accounts. If installment accounts with respect to payments on which taxes are computed as provided in the paragraph. What is a paragraph I should not apply? Credit refunds allowable by reason, but instead there shall be paid an amount equal to the difference between the tax previously paid on the payments on such installment accounts and the total tax which would be payable if such installment accounts had not been sold. If any such sale is pursuant to the order, a court competent jurisdiction in a bankruptcy or insolvency proceedings, the amount computed under subparagraph A shall not exceed the sum of the amounts computed by multiplying the proportionate share of the amounts for which such accounts are sold and the rate of tax under this chapter. The sum of the amount payable under this subsection in respect to the sale of any article shall not exceed the total tax. Wow, okay. Exemption from this tax. Cannabis products on which the Internal Revenue tax has not been paid or determined may subject to regulations as such. And they may be withdrawn from the bonded premises of any producer and approved containers free of tax and not for resale or use. Okay. Exclusively in scientific research by a laboratory. So labs, you don't get taxed. By a proprietor of cannabis production facility in research, development, or testing. That's not consumer or market analysis. Of processing system materials equipment related to cannabis operations, under such limitations and conditions to quantities, use, and accountability of the Secretary may be regulations. May by regulations require for the protection of the revenue. In any drug containing cannabis which is in compliance with the federal and state law. What? Not for the use. In any drug containing cannabis which is compliant and by the United States government agency thereof, any state, any political division, for non-consumption purposes, cannabis, for non-consumption purposes, so research. Cannabis products transferred or removed in bond from domestic factories. They transfer cannabis products without payment of tax to the bonded premises of another producer or export warehouse proprietor without payment of tax for shipment to a foreign country or for consumption beyond the jurisdiction of IRS. Okay. Same thing with the labeling. Cannabis product released in bond. Cannabis products imported or brought into the United States may be released from customs custody without payment of tax for delivery to a producer or export warehouse proprietor. A lot of rules about taxing this fucking product. Cannabis products exported and returned. Cannabis product classified under the harmonized tariff schedule of the United States. It's in effect at the date of the enactment of the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act may be released from the custom custody without payment of that part of the duty to the IRS, Internal Tax Revenue Service, for delivery to the original producer. Okay, so if you just return it, you don't have to pay. Credit, refund, or drawback of tax. Credit or refund of any tax post shall be allowed or made to the cannabis enterprise on proof to the secretary that he paid the tax on cannabis products withdrawn from the market, products lost or destroyed. Okay, that's it. Products withdrawn from market or products destroyed. That's wild. That's wild. So you can get your money back if you lose your shit. So no tax shall be collected in respect to cannabis products lost or destroyed while in bond. unless you like do something to like juke the stats. In the case of voluntary destruction, unless destruction is carried out as provided in paragraph 3, in the case of an unexplained shortage of cannabis products. And they need a proof of loss. In any case in which cannabis products are lost or destroyed, whether by theft or otherwise, the Secretary requires the proprietor of a cannabis production facility or person liable for the tax to file a claim for release from the tax and submit proof as to the cause of such loss. Okay, so you get your taxes back if you lose your shit. Refund it. In any case where the tax would not be collectible by virtue of subparagraph A, but such tax has been paid, the Secretary shall refund the tax. Except as provided in subparagraph E, no tax shall be abated, remitted, credited, or refunded under the paragraph where the loss occurred after the tax is determined. Yeah. By subparagraph A, see if in the case of the lost cannabis products by the theft shall only be allowed to the extent that is not indemnified. And then this applies to the paragraph shall extend cannabis products lost after the tax. Tax. And then voluntary destruction of so that are personal liable for the tax imposed by this chapter. With respect to any cannabis product in bond may voluntarily destroy such products, but only if the destruction is under supervision and regulations as the Secretary provides. So you can actually destroy your own shit and just get your money back. Or the taxes that were due. Any claim for credit or refund of tax under this subsection shall be filed within 6 months. Drawback of tax. There shall be an allowance of drawback of tax paid on cannabis products when shipped from the United States in accordance with such regulations, according to the Secretary. Drawback for taxes. Any person using cannabis on which the tax under the subchapter has been determined in the manufacture or production of a drug containing cannabis, which is compliant, and extracts with THC concentration of not more than allowed within the FDA in agricultural marketing. I'll show you the drawback at the time. Okay. Every person claiming drawback under this section shall register annually, keep books and records, be subject to rules and regulations. And you're subject to investigation. And the rate of the drawback shall be equal to 90% of the amount of such tax which has been paid or determined. Wow. Filing quarterly or monthly. And they may require a person electing to file monthly drawbacks to claim a bond. And they have a right to revoke. No claim under this section shall be allowed unless filed within 6 months. No claim for drawback under this subsection shall be denied in the case of a failure to comply with the requirement imposed under the subsection. This has been determined. Okay, so there's just a penalty for it. So there's $1,000 for each failure to comply, unless it's shown that the failure to comply was due to a reasonable cause. Penalty may not exceed the amount of claim. Penalty treated as tax. The penalty imposed to shall be assessed, collected, and paid in the same manner as taxes. Authorization and bond requirements. Money. Must be funny. Living in the cannabis world. Holy cow, you guys, this is a lot. This is a lot. Well, let's continue. So, establishment of bond. Prohibition on production outside the bond cannabis production facility. Except as authorized by the Secretary or on the bonded premises. Cannabis production facility duly authorized to produce cannabis. No cannabis product may be planted, cultivated, harvested, grown, manufactured, compounded, converted, or packaged in any buildings or on any premises. That's going to be an issue. As authorized by the Secretary or on the bonded premises of a cannabis production facility, no cannabis product may be planted. That means That means home grow is not allowed. Home grow would not be allowed under subchapter B of the authorization and bond requirements. Wow. What would be a bonded can? Okay, let me take a look. So, a legal state licensed site that must secure a surety bond to guarantee compliance. Tax payments in. Okay. So, you have to be state licensed. So, no home grow. Any person establishing a cannabis production facility shall, prior to commencing operations, make an application, file the bond, receive authorization from the secretary. This subsection shall not apply with respect to the activities of an individual who is not treated as a producer. Okay, so you can. Okay, so you can't home grow. They're saying you can home grow. Every person before commencing business as a producer or an export warehouse proprietor shall file such bond, conditioned upon compliance with this chapter, to the Secretary of Treasury. And you're not allowed to engage in business until you get your bond approved. Any bond filed here under may be canceled. During any period that applies to a taxpayer, the taxpayer shall not be required to furnish any bond with respect to engaging in business as a producer. Any taxpayer for any period described in subparagraph A shall be treated as if sufficient bond has been furnished. The application required will be pertinent to the Federal Alcohol Administration Act, and the secretary is going to be the one who's going to disclose it all. So, cannabis production facility, including non-contiguous portions thereof, shall be located, constructed, and equipped as to afford adequate protections to the revenue, as prescribed by this secretary. I don't think people are going to like that either. They're not going to like that either. So there's three things that they're not going to like so far. Subchapter C, operations. Every cannabis enterprise shall make a true and accurate inventory at the time of commencing business. Okay, make reports containing such information. Keep records in a manner secretary by regulation prescribe. Here we go. Packaging and labeling. All cannabis products shall, before removal, be put in packages as secretary regulation. So the secretaries can change up the entire landscape of packaging and labeling. That's fascinating. He's the one who will decide whether or not there's going to be THC percentages, THCA percentages, terpene percentages, total cannabinoid percentages, um, health adverse effects, right? Like there's all kinds of interesting things that be put on packages that aren't put on packages. The farm it came from, state, uh, brand, business, etc. Harvest date, expiration date, right? A lot can be added on the package. No certificate, coupon, or other device purporting to be or to represent a ticket, chance, share, interest in event or lottery shall be contained in or to any printed on any package of cannabis products. No lotteries. I've been telling people that for years. No indecent or immoral picture, print, or repres rep repre oh, sorry. No indecent or immoral picture, print, or representation shall be contained in, attached, or stamp marked or printed on any package of cannabis product. Indecent or immoral picture. What would be an indecent or immoral picture? I think I know what that means, but let's just see what Google has to say. Obscene, lewd, or violating community standards. That's so funny. Non-consensual imagery. Wild stuff. Okay. Subject to regulations prescribed by the Secretary, cannabis products may be exempt from subsections A and B if such products are for experimental purposes or transferred to the bonded premises of another producer or export warehouse proprietor. Fascinating. Okay, the purchase, receipt, possession, or sale of cannabis products after removal. No person shall remove the cannabis products upon which the tax has not been paid, which after removal, without payment of tax, have been diverted to the applicable purpose with intent to defraud the United States of the tax. They really want their money. Otherwise, with the intent to defraud of the tax. There is an exception that shall not prevent the sale delivery of cannabis products directly to consumers from proper packages. Okay. Okay, liability tax. Any person who possesses cannabis products in violation shall be liable for a tax equal to the tax on such articles. Funny. He who last holds the brick pays the taxes of that brick. No person shall with intent destroy, detach, mark, label, or notice prescribed. Yep. Before such products is emptied. Restriction on importation of previously exported or bought products. Cannabis products produced in the United States and labeled for exportation under this chapter may be transferred or removed from the premises. They may be imported or brought into the United States after their exportation, only if they're allegedly released from customs. They may not be sold or held for sale for domestic consumption unless such articles are removed from their export packaging and repackaged by the original producer. So, a person's up in the original producer. To conceal any export label, exports include shipments to Puerto Rico. For purposes of this section, an article is labeled for export or contains an export label if it appears the mark label and notice required in subsection 5904. Penalties. Okay, what happens if we break all these rules? Whoever willfully omits, neglects, or refuses to do what we tell them to do is prohibited, or does anything prohibit this chapter. 10 grand with cost of suit and civil action. Failure to pay the tax is 10% of the tax due but unpaid. Fascinating. Sale of cannabis for export. Every person who sells, relends, or receives within the jurisdiction of the United States any cannabis products which have been labeled or shipped for exportation of this chapter. Every person needs bets. 10 grand or 10 times the amount of tax imposed by this chapter, whichever is greater. That's hilarious. All right. All vessels, vehicles, and aircrafts used. That's hilarious. So you get all your shit taken from you. Okay. Criminal penalties. If you fail to pay your taxes, you're going to fucking jail. Keep records of your taxes. If you refuse to pay your taxes, you're going to jail. Wild stuff. 10 grand, 5 years, or both. Pay your taxes. Creation of trust fund. Okay. This is the creation of the trust fund. Transfer of trust directly appropriated by the trust fund. Imposed by the chapter 56. Transfer to general fund. Secretary's got to do it. 2 years after the date, 5 years thereafter. They're also conducting a study for the volume of sales, the tax collected, the areas of evasion, and the impact of disparate state taxes on diversion and smuggling, and the submit to Congress recommendations to improve the regulations. No later than 6 months beginning calendar year. Drawback tax for distilled spirits used in production of cannabis or hemp. That's hilarious. Perfume and cannabis products or hemp derived products. Whoa. Cannabis perfumes. Okay. Hemp perfume. Hemp perfume. Hemp perfumes. That's not bad. Hemp perfume. Um, okay. Extracting aromas, chemically recreating aroma. Interesting. Fascinating. Attached for distilled spirits and production of cannabis or hemp. Okay. In the heading by striking tobacco, yep, and cannabis products, yep, figuring out all the stuff in this right here, pretty much, right? Yep. Effective date. Yep. All right. Public Health Cannabis Administration Trade Practices. All right. For the FDDCA, 9 days after the enactment, the Secretary shall establish within this Center for Cannabis Products which shall report to the Commissioner. The center shall be responsible for implementation of this chapter. All right, adulterated cannabis products. A cannabis product shall be deemed to be adulterated if it consists in whole or in part of any filthy, putrid, or decomposed substance, or is otherwise contaminated by any added poisonous or added deleterious substance that may render the product injurious to health. If it has been manufactured, prepared, processed, packed, or held in sanitary conditions, it bears or contains any poisonous, if the container is composed or part of any poisonous substances, it bears poison if the methods used facility, it could be harmful, provided that the article FDA is approved, otherwise complies with all the such article shall not be deemed adulterated or derived from cannabis, or a food to which has been added a drug for which substantial clinical investigations have been instituted. Wait, hold on. Does this mean? Wait. Adulterated cannabis. A cannabis product shall be deemed to be adulterated if it consists in whole or part with any substance. What's it? What do you mean decomposed substance? Or is otherwise contaminated by added deleterious substance. If it has been manufactured, prepared, processed, or held in sanitary conditions. If its container is composed in whole or in part of any poison, or bears an offensive color additive, if the method used in or the control. Okay, I get it. We're good. Exceptions for certain food requirements. Provided that the articles that are food, that is also a cannabis product. Chapter 4. Should not be adulterated if it was solely on the account of constituents made or derived from cannabis. Okay, or Is food to which has been added a drug for which substantial clinical investigation has been instituted? Okay. Based on the direct. Okay. A misbranded cannabis. A cannabis product shall be deemed to be misbranded if it's misbranded. Yeah. Adequate directions for use is deemed necessary. Adequate directions against these children, such as a helpful method is label and bear statements of the BIP. A statement contains prominently displayed the boldface type. First to be represented as a cannabis product is subject to cannabis product standards. Cosmetics prepared con. Alright, annual registration. Registration by owners and operators. On or before December 31st of each year, every person who owns or operates any establishment in the state and the manufacturer, prep, blah, blah, blah. This shall establish or that person shall be registered by new owners and operators, and you have to add your establishments. Uniform product identification system. The secretary may regulate and uniform and apply a uniform system for the ID of cannabis products. So more than SKUs. Interesting. Public access to registration information. Registration by foreign establishments. Everyone's allowed to register. Just make sure you register before you start operating. And all of this will be made to the public. Publication. Make sure you publicize it 10 days after the filing date. General provisions for control of cannabis products. Restrictions on sale and distribution. Remote sales. No later than 2 years after the date of this act, the Secretary shall propose, and no later than 3 years after the date of enactment, shall finalize regulations regarding the promotion, sale, distribution of cannabis products that occur through the means other than direct face-to-face exchange. Retail. In order to prevent the sale and distribution of cannabis products to individuals who are not attained 21. Preventing use of cannabis products to minors. Again, other regulations. In addition to the products, the Secretary may include restrictions to access to advertising and promotion of the cannabis product if the Secretary determines that such regulation will be appropriate for the good and protection of public health. That's going to be an issue too. Telling how the cannabis operators can market and advertise, that's not going to be a good thing. There's a couple of, this is a good bill. This is an amazing bill. There's just some things in it that just don't, like this right here, right? Good faith consultation with Indian tribes, labeling statements, good manufacturing practice requirements, GMPRs, cannabis product standards. The Secretary shall, by regulation, adopt cannabis product standards that are appropriate for protection of public health. The standards shall have the ingredients of the cannabis products, cannabinoid yields, provisions respecting the construction components, ingredients, additives constitute. Wow. Cannabis products for the interaction between constituents and components of the cannabis. Provisions for the reduction and elimination of harmful constituents. Okay. A requirement that the result of the testing for the cannabis product show that the cannabis product is in conformity with applicable standards. Wow. Requirement that the sale and distribution of the cannabis product be restricted, but only to the extent that the sale. Okay. And requiring cannabis product containing foreign grown cannabis to meet the same standards. Periodic reevaluation of standards. Okay. Recall authority. Secretary has the authority to recall cannabis based off of public health need. Records and reports of cannabis products. Every person who is a cannabis product manufacturer, importer must keep records. Reports of removal and corrections. Yep. of a cannabis product manufacturer importer of a cannabis product who undertakes a corrective action must do so, and the exception is no report of corrective action or removal of the cannabis product may be required under paragraph 1 if a report of the corrective action or removal is required has been submitted. Okay. Prohibition of flavored electronic cannabis product delivery system. This is fascinating. Okay. Section 1109. Okay, we're gonna make a little notepad here where I'm gonna go back and I'll show this notepad. But for now, what I'm gonna do is hold on, let me see if I can't add. Let me see. Let me minimize this. Let me add a source. Let me capture a window. Yes. Give me the notepad. Okay. Wow. Okay. We're gonna shrink this notepad way the fuck down. We're gonna shrink this notepad way the fuck down. Right? Okay. We're gonna put this window here on the wallpaper. Nope. There we go. Okay. So. Oh my god, it's tiny. That's terrible. Hold on. There you go. So we have section 1109. Ooh. Section 1109. All right. What else do we have here? We'll remember section 1109, but there's other things that we didn't really approve of. Man, this is a big ass bill. It's a big ass bill. Where was it? Where was it? Right. The restorative justice part. Where was it? Control F education. Oh, maybe it was higher. Here you go, higher education. Okay, so the priorities, the priority list. So, yeah, let's put in priority. Okay, so this is section C of, okay, section 209, awards for cannabis research. So section 22, so section 2209. Right? And more specifically, letter C, the priority. Then we had, what else was there? Other than that, there was one more thing that was interesting. The funding, right? Fundings. Funding. Where was the funding at? 100 million. Yeah, this right here. 15 million. This was for, which section was this for again? Yeah, use of funds. But no, what section was this for? To prevent underage cannabis use. I think that was it. Oh, the cannabis impaired driving. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Let's put in THC. I'm just gonna pop up a lot. Okay. Yeah. This right here for cannabis impaired driving. Subtitle B. Here's through section 221. Section 221, specifically 3. Right? And then, yeah, because trying to identify by the THC and the THC coup is a whole thing. I think that was it on my level. Just the definition of THC. Oh, here, right here as well. I was tested in oral fluids. I don't know if oral fluids might be the best way to test it. Um, yeah, I think THC, but this is also part of section 2222. Okay. So let's just do this. Section 22, short C. Yeah, section 221 and 222. And more importantly, uh, yeah, it would be B3. So these are the real like sticky wickets. What's gonna get this bill not passed. And I'm not saying that I disagree with what's trying to happen. I'm just saying like this is like. Anyways, go to 1109. Okay, this is interesting. So any electronic cannabis product delivery system should not contain an artificial or natural flavor other than cannabis that is characterizing flavor including menthol, mint, mango, strawberry, grape, orange, clove, cinnamon, pineapple, vanilla, coconut, licorice, cocoa, chocolate, cherry, or coffee. This is fascinating that they're listing out the flavors that you can't have. That means that there's flavors that you can have. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna control C, control V this, and we're gonna ask Gemini something. Right? This goes to where like what flavors can I add to a vape product that does not include the following? Alright, so let's take a look. We got blueberry, raspberry, watermelon, apple, peach, apricot, pear, lemon, lime, melon, hibiscus, rose, lavender, cucumber, caramel, brown sugar, graham, hazelnut, pistachio. I mean, why are we individually listing off stuff? This doesn't make any sense at all. I don't understand this at all. At all. Like, if you're gonna list off stuff, you need to list off and you can't list off everything, right? Like, you can't list off everything. Fucking, and you can tell based off of like extra stuff was added after. Yeah, they need to redo this entire 1109. Like, this is not gonna fly. For the purpose of electronic cannabis product delivers means an electronic device that delivers cannabis product via an aerosolized solution to the user inhaling from the device, and any component, liquid part, or accessory of such a device, whether or not sold separately. Whether or not sold separately and accessory is huge. Like that means you can't even like add like a component to make it taste. But like other than cannabis, but they don't know what the cannabis flavoring is, and that doesn't make any sense because you have naturally you have naturally derived cannabis terpenes that you can just reintroduce to give it the flavor. Like limonene can give the flavor of lemon. So to prevent the flavor of lemon is almost impossible, right? I don't know. I see a lot of this as like, see, these guys just need to say shall not contain botanically derived terpenes. Boom, you're done. You just beat it all, right? But but you don't have. Oops, sorry. Let me just. But you don't have a subject matter expert in the room to tell you, hey, botanically derived terpenes, because you're missing apples, watermelon, blue and raspberry, peach and apricot, pears, lemons and limes, right? Like, any other flavors? Like cheesecake, guava, passion fruit, lychee, kiwi, dragon fruit, pomegranate, fig, ginger, cardamom, basil, jasmine, cotton candy, butterscotch, marshmallow, Fruit Loops, cola, ginger ale. Like, come on, you guys, come on. Why would you put including? That just. Anyway, that section's gonna get struck. That's not gonna pass. It's not gonna fly. Preservation of state, tribal, and local authority. Yep, yep. Tribes get to stick to themselves. Amendments to the Federal Drug and Cosmetic Act. Other than inserting other than food or cannabis products, other than tobacco, inserting other than tobacco or cannabis product. Pretty much just adding cannabis after everything. Ooh. The terms cannabis means in all parts of plant cannabis sativa, whether growing or not. The seeds. Oh shit. The seeds thereof, the resin extracted from any part of such plant, and every compound, manufacture, salt, derivative, mixture, or preparation of such plant, its seeds or resin. Oh shit. They've they what about oh they need to change this right here. This is also not gonna fly because that doesn't that doesn't include okay isomers in one okay they forgot isomers anyway. The term cannabis does not include hemp as defined as industrial, the mature stalks, fibers, hemp, hemp. Yep. The term cannabis product means any product made and derived from cannabis that is intended for consumption or applied to the body of human, I don't know why man, of human or animals, including any component of such product. A cannabis product does not mean an article that is a drug within paragraph G1. Epidemiol Acts. With respect to cannabis or its product, the term manufacturer is plenty. Yep. Prohibited acts after tobacco products. Oh, okay. So we're just like tobacco products and cannabis products are included. Yep. 10 ounces of cannabis products. So you can't retail more than 10 ounces per transaction. The sale or distribution article that is cannabis product and that contains alcohol. Wait, what? The FDA is amended by 3. The sale or distribution article cannabis product and manufacturer distributor. Okay. Interesting. Adulteration of branding, commerce, relation, destruction of the failure to comply with requirements. All right, seizure with authorities. Cannabis product. All right, so pretty much giving the authorities the ability to confiscate. Factory inspections. Yep. Tobacco and cannabis products. Yep. Giving everyone tobacco, canned cannabis products. Yeah, expedited review. Subchapter A of Chapter 5 is amended by adding the following. Expedited review of certain drugs containing cannabis. The Secretary shall establish a program to expedite the development and review of application of drugs containing cannabis that are manufactured by small business concerned owned and controlled by socially and economically discerned individuals, and natives as well. The request for designate a sponsor of a drug containing cannabis that is manufactured by a small business concern owned and controlled that operate in the cannabis industry may request for the secretary to designate such drug for expedited review under this section. Wow, MMJ is going to be pissed. The actions to expedite the development and review of an application designated for expedited review under this section may include, as appropriate, holding meetings with the sponsor, providing timely advice to interactive communities, priority review as described as manual policies of the FDA. Okay, 1 year after this goes into effect, you have to have it in place. The term drug containing cannabis means any drug that contains any article made or derived from cannabis. Third, that's fascinating. Okay. Yep. Security requirements for drugs containing cannabis. Sponsor of any application of a drug shall provide effective control procedure to guard against the theft and diversion of such drug. A risk evaluation mitigation under section 5051. Ooh, that's gonna be tough. Security requirements for drug containing cannabis. Section 50. That's gonna be a rough one. That might be a problem for a lot of small businesses. Let's take a look. Fascinating stuff for sure. Okay, and then regulation of cannabidiol. CBD is a dietary supplement. Section it's amended that except in case of CBD derived from hemp, including adulteration, is amended by the following: if the dietary contains CBD, unless such dietary supplement contains no more than the amount of CBD per recommended daily serving that the secretary establishes. Subject to paragraph 2, though an interim final rule notwithstanding the requirement for notice. Such dietary supplement is the subject of notification submitted to the secretary. The labeling and packaging of such dietary supplement conforms with the requirements regarding labeling and packaging, and notwithstanding any requirement for notice. Okay. The amount of cannabidiol established in the accordance shall be a threshold above which the secretary may not accept new dietary ingredients, which cannot be interpreted as a determination that lower amounts of CBD are safe. The secretary shall establish this threshold based on such factors. So, new dietary ingredient. Section blah 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 is amended by inserting contains no cannabidiol and contains only dietary ingredients. New prohibited act as amended by the introduction delivery for introduction into interstate commerce of any product labeled dietary supplement fails to meet definition. New import exclusion. Okay, new seizure authorities. Derived for introduction to interstate commerce shall be liable. Or any product otherwise induced to deliver to interstate commerce violation condemned. CBD is a food additive. No later than 1 year after the date shall issue draft guidance describing criteria for which secretary intends to evaluate the safety of CBD as a food additive. The secretary shall publish final guidance. Before issuing draft guidance, under the secretary shall consult an advisory committee, which shall include experts qualified in the subject matter. I'm qualified in the subject matter. Put me on that fucking committee. Put me on the committee. I'm qualified. So yeah, I just went over pretty much all of this. Right? The regulation of CBD. Right? If it's being considered a dietary supplement, if it's being considered a food additive, right? What to do if it's considered a new dietary ingredient, new import exclusions, pretty much those taxes from earlier, making sure that like we're not, yeah, new seizure authorities. All right, so CBD is a food additive in general, no later than 1 year. Yep. We're drafting guidance, creating an advisory committee, transition periods, transition period for cannabis products. With respect to cannabis product that was marketed in the United States within 30 days, should not be considered a violation of Chapter 11 during the 18-month period following the date of enactment of this act. Okay. Submission of application for work with drugs containing cannabis. So you have 30 days of this act being enacted to get your permit for medical cannabis advertising and marketing. Transition period is going to be 3-year beginning or effective this date. If the Secretary of HHS issues an order refusing to approve an application under section for a drug that contains cannabis, such drug shall not be eligible for continued marketing under some paragraph B. The end of the transition period will begin after 3 years of this date enacted. Nothing in the subsection is treated to prohibit the marketing of cannabis product otherwise in compliance with FDA. FDA X. For purposes of the section, the drug containing cannabis means any drug that contains any particle. Yep. That's fascinating. Poison Prevention Packaging Act. Okay. And then funding for FDA. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there was appropriated out of the funds in the Treasury and otherwise appropriated $425 million for each fiscal year to carry out this title. Wow. That's the FDA will get $425 million to make all this. Shit. All right. Federal Cannabis Administration. The Federal Alcohol Administration is amended by adding the following. Title III Cannabis. Unlawful businesses without cannabis permit. Wow. Okay, so you get your cannabis permit from the Federal Cannabis Administration. Okay. It shall be unlawful except pursuant to the permit under this title to engage in business of cultivating and produce. So all the MSOs that are out there would have to reapply for their for their permit, not just on the state level but a federal level. Wow. You can't resell wholesale or any sale for that matter. Payment of any taxes imposed under Section 302 procedure for issuance of cannabis permits. It's up to the secretary. Yep. For purposes, it disqualifies as any felony violation of any kind of federal or state criminal law relating to cannabis or cannabis products. If the conviction occurred after the date of the enactment of this act or no later than 3 years before the date of the application. Shit, okay. So you can't apply for a permit if you have a felony within 3 years, especially if it's cannabis related. That's fascinating. So you get expungement, but you don't get access to the permit. Interesting. Waiver of pursuant to finding mitigation or rehabilitation. Okay, so if you went through rehab, then yeah. Yes. Okay. So pretty much if the state says you're a good person, then yeah, you can come back and get it. separate types of applications and permits. To the extent deemed necessary by Secretary of this title, the Secretary may require separate applications and permits with respect to various classes of cannabis. Micro, meso, that's your micro, that's your meso, that's your wholesaler, your non-vertically integrated licenses. Compliance with all the federal laws. Wow. Payment to the Secretary a reasonable fee in the amount to be sufficient over time to offset the cost of implementing and overseeing all aspects of cannabis regulation. Pursuant to regulation, the permit fee described shall be waived for any individual who has had an income below poverty level and is a first-time applicant. That's me. And then you can get your shit revoked if there's fraud. To enforce it, the Secretary of Labor and the National Board provided to the Secretary any assistance in carrying. Fascinating stuff. What in the world? Okay, so certain violations under the National Labor Relations Act deemed willful. Okay, National Labor Boards find the permittee has engaged in a discharge. Okay, so you can lose your permit if you violate the National Labor Relations Act. That's pretty cool. Each order of the Secretary is expected to deny allocation. Suspension shall be served. Effective transfer. If operates under a permit issued under this title of transfer, the permit automatically terminates 30 days after the transfer date, unless the applicant is made by the transferee before the end of that period. Wow. That might be an issue too. Okay, hold on. So what is this? This is, what section is this? This is crazy. What section is this? Procedure for issuance of cannabis permits. So section 302. Okay. Oh, this is Title 3. Okay. Okay. So this is Title 3. I believe this is Title 2. I believe this is Title 1. I believe these are Title 2s. Actually, I think these are all Title 2s. Hold on. Wait, what? Section 302. Section 302, transfer. Here, let's take a look at Section 302, transfer. Form of application. Compliance, waiver of permit fee. Okay, it would be E. It would be 302. 302E dot where's the transfer? Joint enforcement, certain violations. Where's service orders? Effective transfer. Okay, the duration, so it's actually G. So it's going to be G. Because G has G2. See if operations under permit issued or transfer to terminates in 30 days. That's going to be an issue. A permittee or applicant for permit under this title may obtain judicial review. Okay, that's pretty cool. If labor laws are being violated, get your shit revoked. No proceeding of the suspension or revocation of a permit violation or relating to compliance with federal law shall institute the secretary more than 18 months after conviction. If no conviction has been had, more than 3 years after the violation occurred. Okay. So you have 3 years after violation occurred to like get away with it. No permit shall be suspended or revoked for a violation of any condition if the alleged violation has been compromised by any officer of government. Okay. Wow. No permit shall be suspended or revoked for a violation of any such condition thereof if the alleged violation of federal law has been compromised by any officer of the government with, that's wild, authorized to compromise such violation. So pretty much if you've been like set up by the government, you still get your permit. Like you can't be set up. I don't know if that makes sense. Like you can't have the federal government come in and try to do something to get your permit revoked on purpose. All right. If you violate the laws, you get your shit revoked. Simple as that, though. OSHA, yep. Exception, notwithstanding subparagraph 1, a permittee shall not be considered in violation of a labor law described paragraph. It's fine described subparagraph with respect to permittee. Has been reverse vacated or rescinded. Okay, so you can get your shit back. Delivery of hemp inadvertently exceeding permissible concentrations of Delta 9. Okay, this is an interesting title. This is very interesting. In general, the Secretary, in coordination with the Secretary of Agriculture and the HHS, shall issue regulations to establish a process to lawfully deliver a hemp described in subsection to cannabis enterprise holding a permit issued under this title. So if your hemp ever goes over the concentration allowed, you're allowed before September 30th, 2021 by an institution of higher education, state agricultural grows to debates, or by a producer of hemp. Wait, what? Okay. So you can sell your hemp to another producer. Okay, I don't see anything wrong with that. Okay, if you're industrial, just sell it off. You don't have to destroy it. Unfair competition and unlawful practices. It shall be unlawful for any person engaged in the business of importing cannabis to do any of the following: to require that a retailer engaged in the sale of products purchase any such products from such person to the exclusion in whole or in part of cannabis sold or offered for sale by other persons in interstate or foreign commerce, if such requirement is made in the course of interstate or foreign commerce, or if such person engages in such practice to such an extent as substantially to restrain or prevent transaction in interstate or foreign commerce in any such products, or if the direct effect of such requirement is to prevent, deter, hinder, restrict other persons from selling or offering for sale products to retailers in interstate or foreign commerce. Wait, you can't. Hold on. Let me see if I get this right. Hold on. What is this? To require by agreement or otherwise that any retailer engaged in a sale of blah 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 purchase any products from a person to the exclusion in in whole or in part of beverages sold or offered for sale by other persons in the foreign commerce. If such requirement is made in the course of the interstate or foreign commerce, to such an extent as to understand the prevent transactions. You know what? We're going to Gemini with this one. I think I know what it's talking about. So before I put it in Gemini, okay. So I'm pretty sure what it means is we are you're not allowed to say, hey, if you want access to this, you have to purchase this. All right. So imagine you're the best boy at the dog park and you love running a little shop that sells the most delicious treats, crunchy bones, and jerky treats. Suddenly, another dog walks up to you and has a huge basket of bones and says, hey, if you want to sell my bones, you are only allowed to sell my bones. You cannot buy biscuits from the friendly dogs across the street. You cannot buy jerky from the new dog who just moved here. Just me. If you take theirs, you can't have mine. It is an exclusive dealer. Okay, so you can't. But that's business, though, isn't it? I could have sworn that's what happens all the time, right? That to be like you can't. Of course, you can be. Hold on. To require by agreement. But isn't that if you purchase from me, you can't purchase from anyone else? Okay, I see, I see, I see. I'm thinking a bit backwards. Okay, so that makes sense, I guess. So in the Tide House, to induce through any of the following means, any retailer engaged in the sale of cannabis products, to purchase any such products from such person to the exclusion in full or in part sold offered for sale by other person interested in foreign commerce. To the extent that in such products, or if the direct effect of such inducement is to prevent, deter, hinder, or restrict sales. Acquiring or holding any interest in any license with respect to the premises of the retailer. Wait, what? Okay, let's put this one into. Wow. Copy. All right, Gemini, one more time. Okay. Okay, I don't. Okay, so a tied house rules an anti-monopoly law designed to keep supply tiers separate from retail tiers. It is to prevent big cannabis producers or distributors from owning, controlling, or bribing retail dispensaries to shut out smaller competitors. But this is actively happening right now. To prevent big cannabis producers or distributors from owning control. cannot use specific incentives to convince retailers to buy only their products. They cannot buy a stake in the retailer's business. They cannot give, rent, or lend the retailer equipment, signs, or fixtures or cash. They cannot pay for the retailer for premium display spots. Wait, what? They cannot pay the retailer for premium display spots? They cannot guarantee loans or bail the retailer out of financial debt? They cannot offer unusually long or ultra generous credit windows? They cannot force a dispensary to buy a certain high quota of one product just to get access to another popular item. That's insane. This is pretty much like how the market's operating. Like that's the market. Like this is gonna upset a lot of like big. Okay, what's this right here? What's this? This whole thing right here, section 304. That's gonna be a huge sticky wicket. That's gonna be huge. Okay. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot that they're not gonna be allowed to do. So they're not allowed to do commercial bribery to induce through any effect, to purchase any such product from such person to the exclusion whole or in part of cannabis products sold or offered by sale of other persons. If such an inducement is made in the course, or if such person engages in the practice by using such means to prevent transaction in interstate form, such inducement is to prevent. All right, commercial bribery. Offering or giving any bonus, premium, or compensation to any officer, employee, or representative of the trade buyer. To sell, offer, sale, or contract to sell or trade buyer engaged in the sale of cannabis products, or for any such trade buyer to purchase, offer to purchase, contract to purchase any such products of consignment or under conditional sale, or with the privilege of return, or on any basis otherwise than a bona fide sale, or any part of such transaction involves directly or indirectly the acquisition by such person from the trade buyer or his agreement to acquire from the trade buyer other cannabis products. If such sale, purchase, offer, contracts are made in the course of interstate. Oh my god. That's we need to go over this one more time. So this is 4 of any business importing cannabis or doing anything with cannabis. You cannot do. Wait. It shall be unlawful for any person engaged in the business of importing cannabis or cultivating, producing, manufacturing, packaging, warehousing cannabis, or purchasing cannabis for resale at wholesale, directly or indirectly through an affiliate, to do any of the following. You can't do. Wait. It shall be illegal for anyone importing cannabis into the United States, cultivating, producing, manufacturing, packaging, warehousing, purchasing cannabis for resale at wholesale, directly or indirectly, or through an affiliate, to do any of the following. And we go down to number 4, consignment sales. Let me just copy and paste this to see what it really means. Copy. Okay. What? The law wants every transaction to be a bona fide sale, meaning a real final deal. You buy it, you own it, you take the risk. The law stops vendors from making shady deals that let you hog their inventory without actually paying for them, which blocks other vendors from getting their. All right. A vendor cannot say, "Hey, buddy, just take 50 of these and put them in your dog. If you like them and buy and people buy them from you, you pay me. If nobody wants them, just give them back." But consignment is a real thing. You cannot buy inventory with a safety net that says if I can't sell them, I get a full refund. A vendor cannot, I'll sell you new stuff if you're getting back the old. You can't use new sale to force a retailer to dump someone else's product. Okay, but like, okay, so how is how is consignment illegal yet used in industries? But, but consignment helps small creators get shelf space because the store takes no risk. But in heavily regulated industries, giant corps with massive bank accounts can afford to manufacture millions of units to give them away on consignment risk free. A tiny craft grower cannot afford to wait months to get paid. But neither can the. Would take it because it costs them nothing up front. Right, but that's what's happened. On like this is like a thing. Because cannabis is not far intoxicants, like the government wants to keep a tight grip on supply and demand. If a brand can dump 10 grand big carts of liquor bottles onto a store on consignment, then pull them back if they don't sell, it creates artificial supply gluts. Speed bump. It forces retailers to only order what the local market actually wants. Why? Right. Okay, so that's insane. You can't consign cannabis. I don't think I like that. Because how else are you? I mean, I understand for like bigger brands. I get what they're saying, but to say you can't consign products at all, I don't know. I don't think I agree with that at all. I think that's going to be an issue. I think 4 is going to be an issue. 304. Wait, is this 304 still? Yeah, 304 for sure is going to be an issue. To sell or ship or deliver sale or shipment of an juice interstate. Okay, so you have to, as will prohibit deception of the consumer. Okay, will provide consumer with information. Okay, so pretty much if you're labeling, you gotta label it correctly. I agree with that. Wait, hold on. Yeah, you're not allowed to advertise by radio broadcast. Wait, to publish or disseminate or cause to be published or disseminated by radio or in any newspaper or by any sign or outdoor advertisement or any other printed or graphic matter or any advertising of cannabis, such advertising is in or is calculated to induce sales in interstate or foreign commerce or is disseminated by mail unless such advertisement is in conformity with such regulations to be prescribed by the secretary, as will prevent deception to the consumer with respect to products advertised. Okay. And B, provide the consumer with adequate information as the identity and the quality of the products advertised. Prohibit statements that are disparaging of competitors and prevent statements inconsistent with the statement on the labeling of the products. And then you can't remove or destroy the labels unless exceptions to consignment sales shall not apply to transactions involving solely the bona fide return of merchandise for ordinary and usual commercial reasons airing after the merchandise has been sold. Wait, what? Okay. And labeling. Paragraph 5 of such subsection not apply to any person engaged in business as a manufacturer of cannabis product, nor to the use by any person or trade or brand name used by him, or is put in interest prior to the date of the enactment. So so it's a grandfather. So not apply to the publisher of any newspaper, periodical, or radio broadcaster unless such publisher or radio broadcaster engaged in the business of importing. Okay, so pretty much you can't be a radio broadcaster engaged in the business of importing cannabis or cold. So pretty much you can't you can't, okay, I see what it's saying. That's insane though. I see what it's saying though. I see what it's saying. But that's also going to be a huge thing. That's number 3 of like C exceptions. That's crazy. Or technically, that's the exceptions to. What is this? 6. 6.C. That's wild. Alright, proprietary interest pursuant to regulations. Wait, what? Did I miss it? Alright, advertise state law. Which puts a subsection of all these subsections shall apply between a retailer or a trade buyer in the state, producer, importer, wholesaler of cannabis products outside of such states only to the extent that the law of such section imposes. Yeah, and then priority interest. Pursuant to regulations, other guidance promulgated by the Secretary with respect to all the paragraphs, rules and similars to subsection federal shall apply. Remedies for violation. Criminal fines. Whoever violates Section 301 shall be fined no more than $1,000, no more than $500 for each violation after. The Attorney General may sole action to prevent restraining a violation of this title. And then the definitions. Term cannabis, yep. Term secretary means the secretary delegate. Term states means all the states. Appropriations means there. So the Secretary of Labor will get $15 million to carry out the activities, and $10 million to the National Labor Board. 512, increasing funding for the alcohol, tobacco, cannabis tax. Okay. So they're going to appropriate 100 million for each year to carry out the acts. So I think overall we've hit funding wise appropriations. What, like 1.9 billion plus another billion, so it's 2.9 billion, if I'm not mistaken. We'll do the funding. Sorry, this isn't the way again, isn't it? All right, so we'll do the funding again later. So like we have again. For now, though, we have 15 million going to the Secretary of Labor, 10 million going to the Secretary of National Labor Relations, and then we're going to increase the ATTBC, alcohol, tobacco, cannabis trade, to be 100 million. Workplace health and safety provisions. So Title 6. Wait, was this Title 5? Anyway. Maybe it's just Title 5. B. 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 Right? Sure. Title B. Yeah, Title 5. It's definitely that one. Yep. Oh, let me. Yeah, because we made, yeah, Title 5 is where we had all the amendments done. All right, let's go to Title 6. There you go. All right, so Section 601 for Title 6. Workplace health and safety provisions. All right, so employee, employer, terms of employer means employee, employer. Person is person, secretary, secretary. Worker in the cannabis industry is the worker in the cannabis industry. Finding regarding employers in the cannabis industry. Congress finds that employers in the cannabis industry are required to comply with OSHA standards. Cannabis is a topic for Susan training for 2 fiscal years dated. So they can become targets for grants, guidance, and recommended practice. Not later than 60 days after the enablement of this act, the Assistant Secretary of Labor for OSHA, the Department of OSHA jointly issued guidance on recommended practices to protect workers in the cannabis industry. Workplace impact on cannabis legalization. No later than 1 year, we're going to get a study done. Barriers for the directors of extramural partners that are conducting operational. Yep. Efficacy of cannabis for treating occupational related injuries or illness. Other topics determined relative director. Hooray! More studies done. The collaborators are going to be director of NIA, National Institute of Occupational OSHA. OSHA, other departments are allowed to join if they want. And private stakeholders. I'm a private stakeholder. Appropriations. In addition to the amount otherwise available, there is an appropriate out of any funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $2 million for each of the fiscal years 2026 to 2028. Best practices not later than 2 years after the date of enactment of this act. The director of National Institute of blah blah should tell the world about what's going on. Grants for community-based education, outreach, and enforcement. Yeah, that's me. All right, a public or private nonprofit organization with experience educating workers of their rights, or the partnership of organization described in paragraph 1. Huh. The secretary shall award eligible entities one or more of the activities to educate workers in the cannabis industry on their rights under federal, state, local civil rights. I would like to do that. Educate persons hiring workers in the cannabis industry regarding their obligations under such laws, or connect and refer workers to the cannabis industry to additional services as appropriate and available to assist them in pursuing their rights under such laws, or any other activity secretary may reasonably prescribe. Eligible entity desiring this grant shall submit an application to the secretary at this time. Partnership applications can be submitted as well. Contents shall include information on the training and education that will be provided to grant the workers in the cannabis industry and persons hired in the cannabis industry. Information on any geographic area targeted, the method of which by the eligible entity will measure the results. All right. The duration of the grant will be for no more than 3 years. Each grant will not exceed more than 300,000, and will be required to report this measure probably by the end of the year or the end of the 2 years. In addition, any other appropriations, they're going to appropriate $15 million to get this done. So let's take a look. So we have 15 million. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, divided by 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. We get 500 applicants that can get the full $300,000. Not bad. Banking, housing, and community development. The purpose of this title is to reinvest in low income, moderate income, and communities most affected by the war on drugs, encourage financial institutions to provide services. All right, sense of Congress. So pretty much, this is the reason why they want to get it done. Requirements for filing suspicious activity. Birds in paragraph and certain paragraph following requirements for cannabis related. Cannabis, yep. Cannabis related legitimate business and financial service. National banks are FDIC approved. Credit union, business insurance, directly and indirectly authorized in the process of clearing, blah, 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 acting as a money transmitting business that directly and indirectly makes use of depository institution, acting as armed service vehicle for processing deposits. Fascinating stuff, really is. So pretty much in this report on it, 180 days after everything begins, they're going to update the BSA on their along with expenses as it relates to this act. Any guidance or regulation required under the section shall ensure that a financial institution and any other director, employee, officer in the financial institution continues to report suspicious activities to related cannabis legitimate businesses and preserve the ability of the financial crimes enforcement network. So pretty much saying, we're not going to fuck with your fintech financial risks, but we are setting this up. While ensuring financial crime enforcement network has sufficient resources to prevent and combat illicit activity. Hi. Yes, news. Yeah. Get over here. All right, guidance and examination procedures. No later than 100 years after the enactment of this thing. Will update financial crime enforcement network guidance described in paragraph. Enact a way to develop uniform guidance and examine procedures for institutions. So CDFI support. Oh my goodness, my neck. All right. So in addition to funds otherwise available, there is an appropriated out of any money in the treasury not otherwise appropriated. $200 million for this. For the Community Development Financial Institution Fund. Damn. All right. That's a lot of money. Yep. MDS support. In addition to the funds otherwise available, $200 million for the Emergency Capital Investment Fund established. Grants to address housing and community development needs. The term eligible activity. Means described in Title I of Housing and Community Development. That addresses the needs of individuals and census tracts and the provision described in subclause 1 and does not include administrative expenses that exceed 50% of the amount of the grant. Okay. The eligible grantee, the term eligible includes any state, unit, general local government, or Indian tribe. And then, yep. Grants. $300 million for the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development for eligible grantees for eligible activities to address the housing and community development needs of individuals adversely affected by the war on drugs and housing and community development needs of census tracts where disproportionate share of residents. The award criteria grants for the housing or share criteria for awards may be necessary to demonstrate that the eligible grantee has a need, capacity, and commitment to carry out the grant. I think this might be an issue. I think this might be an issue. Grants to address housing and community development for needs of individual communities adversely affected by the war on drugs. I don't think this is going to fly. Section 704C is not going to fly. And I'm going to show you guys why in a second. But like, okay, let me minimize this. So if you take a look, okay, so we're in section 703, that's the guidance and examination, 704, investment. So CDFI, 200 million. MDI, that's 200 million. And then that's all your fintech stuff, right? Like your financial institutions. Then you have housing and community development. So this is where it's going to get sticky because you're saying the only people who are eligible are those described in the Title I of the Housing Community Development Act, and that addresses the needs of individuals and census tract, provision described in subclause 1, these guys, and does not include administrative expenses that exceed 15% of the amount of the grant made under this subsection. And then, so that's like the grant being made to the states, but the grantees are pretty much the states, individuals adversely impacted by the war on drugs. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna fly. $300 million to give to the states, to give to make housing. I don't know. Award criteria and awarding the grants. Demonstrate, yeah, administration technical assistance. So the amount appropriated in this subsection is not greater than 10% shall be available to the Secretary of Housing or Administration evaluation technical assistance activities to carry out the grant program under this subsection. So 90% of the 300 million has to go toward the housing. Fair access to financial services, which is still a lot. Like 10% of that's $30 million shall be available to the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development for administration, evaluation, and technical assistance. That's a lot. I don't know if they need that much. I don't know though. What do I know? All right. What do I know? All right. Fair access. So section 705. Fair access to financial services. All persons shall be entitled to full equal enjoyment of good service facilities, privileges, and accommodations to any financial institutions. Hooray. Private right of action whenever any person has engaged or any grounds to believe the person is engaged being prohibited by this, a civil action for preventative relief, including for temporary or permanent injunction restraining order, may be instituted by the person aggrieved. Wow. Okay. Jurisdiction is wherever you're residing. The remedies provided is the right based on this section, but nothing in this section shall preclude an individual from asserting any right based on any other law not inconsistent with this section. Okay. So you can fight this section and appeal it. Consumer protections for individuals with non-violent criminal records. No institution may deny financial services to a applicant solely based on prior conviction on non-violent cannabis offense. Fun. Title 8. Miscellaneous. Comptroller General Review of Laws and Regulations. The comptroller shall conduct a review of the policies to determine if any provisions are necessary, to identify any use of the terms marijuana in the rulings and regulations, and replace them with the term cannabis, and identify the terms marijuana, and replace them with the terms cannabis. This has got to be done no later than 2 years. Cannabis Products Advisory Committee. In general, there is an established cannabis advisory committee. The committee shall advise relevant federal regulatory body, agency, bureau regarding the administration of this act. The membership requires appointmentship. The committee shall be composed of 22 members who are appointed by the HHS. And it shall be done 60 days after the date of its enactment. And it shall be a term of 5 years. And they cannot be removed prior from the expiration without them showing a good cause. And they can be reappointed, but may not serve more than 2 terms. If there's a vacancy, it takes 90 days to fill it. A member appointed to fill a vacancy shall serve as a member for the original appointee's time. So we need industry stakeholders. So we have 3 representatives from the cannabis industry, not less than 1 of each, representing a historically underrepresented community or an individual adversely impacted by the war on drugs. That's going to be an issue. 2 individuals represent viewpoints of cannabis cultivators. 1 individual who represents the viewpoint of cannabis wholesalers. We need 1 individual with experience in equity and social justice advocacy. That's going to be an issue. That's going to be such an issue. B is going to be a big issue. What is this section? 802. Section 802. What is this? B? 3B? Section 802 3B. That's going to be an issue for sure. All right. Yeah, equity and social justice. That's not. State cannabis regulator. 1 individual represents the viewpoint of the state cannabis regulators. 1 person for all 50 states. Okay. Consumers. 1 individual represents the viewpoint of cannabis consumers and patients. Okay. Public health or science. 4 individuals who are technically qualified by training and experience in public health, medicine, or other science, including 2 individuals with domestic international cannabinoid research experience, 1 of whom shall also have experience treating patients using medical cannabis, and 2 individuals with experience in substance use and misuse prevention, intervention, and treatment, 1 of whom shall have such experience pertaining to the individuals of 21 and under. I don't know if I like these. I don't know if I like these like qualifications. Whatever. Public safety. 1 individual with experience in public safety. An Office for National Drug Control Policy. 1 representative from the ONDC. 1 person from the Department of Veterans Affairs. And 1 person from the Tobacco, Cannabis, Tax, and Trade Bureau. National Governors Association. 1 person from the DOT. 1 person from HHS. Oh, sorry, 4 representatives from the HHS. 1 from the labor union. 1 from the Indian tribe. Wow. A member of the committee who is not an officer or employee of the federal government shall be compensated at a rate fixed by the secretary, which may not exceed the daily equivalent of the rate in effect of the senior executive schedule under Title V United States Code for each day, including travel. Well, what is that? Well, $228,000. That's wild. Daily travel expense. Yep. Chair. The committee shall select a chair. Subcommittees. The committee may establish subcommittees for the selectability of the committee. I really want to be in this. I need to be on this committee. I need to be on this committee. I need to be in all these places, but this committee is definitely something that I need to be on. Considering I've made regulatory. Like, let me show you that real quick. Let me show you that real quick. FGC cannabis resolution. Watch this. Secretary Todd introducing amendments of the bill at November 1st meeting. Yep. What's this? What's this right here? Let's zoom in on this. Expressing support to students who are interested in the cannabis industry. That's not what the real title was. That's just the title that I had to make to, like, play politics. Whereas the medical cannabis industry in Florida is beneficial to the welfare of the residents and of the state and its economy, whereas the Florida Gulf Coast University estimates strives to educate the Florida community on the cannabis industry to become the first state university to debut a cannabis pathway for an undergraduate education, whereas the FGCU Student Body Senate wants to stand with students interested in cannabis studies and medical marijuana consumption to reduce the stigma around medical cannabis, whereas supporting students who choose to engage in the medical cannabis use of cannabis off campus in a safe and efficient manner. Therefore, let it be enacted. Florida Gulf Coast University Student Body Senate supports the notion of that cannabis studies is an integral part of Florida collegiate education and that the medical use of cannabis does not unduly impact the quality of education received by students. Passed. So, I'm telling you guys, like, I need to be on this committee. You want me on this fucking committee, I assure you. Alright, consider the safety of introducing new cannabis products into the market. Review and recommend public health surveillance activities to monitor population health, identify and prioritize gaps in science. Make recommendations to the Secretary of Treasury regarding approval of waivers and disqualifying offenses. And no later than 1 year when they make a report. The frequency of their meetings. They have to meet on a quarterly basis, but may meet more frequently if necessary. And is subject to clause. The chair may cancel a committee meeting not less than 3 business days prior to the meeting, if the meeting is not needed or there will not be a quorum present at such meetings. And then we do implement weather emergency situations. Voting. A quorum. A majority of members shall constitute the quorum. Quorum of members shall be required for any decision. In the absence of such a quorum, any business transacted by the committee shall be null and void. Majority vote requires majority. Remember, there's 22, so majority would have to be 2/3. Yeah. 60%. So what's 0.6 times 22? We need 13 people there to make a quorum. Decision making by the committee shall be by consensus when possible. If there's no consensus, cannot be reached. A vote of the members can be taken. But you're going to require that 13 people. Teleconference. Remember to fully participate via teleconference. Oh, that's going to fucking suck. I don't like that at all. Confidentiality. In general, any discussion in the committee relative to the work and the committees regarded as confidential information will not be discussed in any form outside the context of the committee. And there can be waivers. So a transcript made with respect to the substance of submissions regarding a particular person shall be redacted. Oh, wow. You can actually redact yourself. Huh. A member of the committee may not make a statement of policy that purports to be that of the committee unless the committee has adopted such a policy. And you can easily get terminated. All right, hemp production program. All right, in general, yep. They're going to strike the term, insert the following. By striking with delta 9, concentrations are not more than 0.3 on a dry basis, and any products made or derived from such plants with a total tetrahydrocannabinol equivalent concentration are not more than the allowable equivalent amount described in subparagraph C. Okay, we'll get to subparagraph in a second. Total equivalent, subject clause, the total tetra equivalent means any tetrahydrocannabinol, including delta 8, delta 9, delta 10, and the acid, and any other substance described. Oh shit, okay. The Secretary of Human HHS may exclude one or more isomers from the tetrahydrocannabinol from the definition under clause 1. Allowable, okay, here it is. Allowable tetrahydrocannabinol equivalent amount. In general, subject to clause 2, the allowable tetrahydro referred to subparagraph A is 1. Except as provided in subclause 2, 1 milligram of total THC per 100 milligrams on a dry weight basis. 1%. Okay, well, what is, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. What percentage is that? Yeah. That's less, that's 0.001%. This is for hemp, right? Wow. Okay. 0.001%. 0.7% of total THC equivalent on a dry weight basis. Wow. Modification determination with respect to the acid. For purpose of clause 1, the secretary may modify the allowable equivalent amount described in 1 if it determines the effect of the body of the substance in the body of delta 9. And 2, rules similar to the shall apply to calculating the ratio describing subparagraph taken into account for the purposes determining the allowable tetrahydral amount. A specified plant product referred to in clause 1, 2 is any item described in paragraph TT. Okay. That does not contain items described in that paragraph has been processed. Okay, so it has to be approved by the FDA. By striking effective when the matter proceeding allows within 90 days of this act, not later than 90 days. Okay. So they're striking technical amendments to have everything updated to the Continuing Appropriations Act. That also might be a wicket. Grants for hiring and training relating to cannabis forces. Okay. So sections, okay, by redesignating subsection Q reads an N to R and by one of the following. COPS grants for small departments to combat illicit cannabis production and distribution. Okay. in this subsection, the term eligible entity means a law enforcement and that has no more than 50 has not more than 50 sworn law enforcement officers, serves not more than 50,000 residents, and demonstrates a need for additional personal combat to elicit personnel to combat illicit production and distribution. Okay, so small rural towns. Okay, cannabis law education programs. To develop federal education programs, technical assistance for state and local law enforcement, to develop the knowledge and expertise necessary to ensure that the enforcement of state and federal laws and that the enforcement described in subparagraph A is consistent with the Constitution of the United States. State-specific training and guidance. The Director of Bureau of Justice Assistance shall develop a state-specific training and guidance for the jurisdiction of the federal program. Grants. We can do grants. Appropriations. We're doing 15 million to get all this training done. It's not that much. Severability. If any provision of this act or an amendment made by this act or application of such provision to any person or circumstance is held to be unconstitutional, the remainder of this act, the amendments of this act, and any application of this act is null and void. And that is Cory Booker's CAOA, everybody. It's definitely a lot. Definitely a lot. We have some things that might, let's see. Here we go. Yeah, we have some things that might be problems. A couple of sections that are definitely going to get looked at by Republicans and Democrats alike. But if they can fix these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 issues, I think this has a very, very, very promising shot. I don't like the fact that it was just Cory Booker that introduced this and not Chuck Schumer as well. I really wish this had Chuck Schumer's stamp of approval. But you can download this entire document from booker.senate.gov. It's a PDF. But yeah, so we're going to go through real quick at everything. Let me take a look at the appropriations real quick. See, okay. Appropriation. Okay, appropriated. All right, so we have 200 million, 300 million, 315 million, 320 million, 575 million, 775 million, 975 million, 75 plus 25 is a billion? We said a billion, right? Or was it 700? We said 900. I think we said 700. Well, it's going to be 8.2. So 820 million. Oh, wow. This is the one that's also going to get a lot of this right here. What is this? What is this? Equitable licensing grant program from what section? What section is this? Gotta figure out what section this is. Oh, this is part PP. Section 3061. Control C. Control V. And if we go down, it's going to be this right here, the grant program. Not just the grant program. I don't think that's going to be the issue. The issue is, if we go back to appropriated, $1.6 million for C1. Like, that's going to be an issue. That's $1.6 billion. Like, we were just at what, 9.5? 8.2 plus, hold on, let's go back up. Go all the way back up to the appropriated. And then with the other one, with this one, we're actually going to make, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's put enter. Because we also have some more sections. Well, I have a lot of sections. So, okay, hold on. Wow. That's a lot of sections to be getting in a tizzy over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 sections. Yeah. Okay. This may have a harder time getting past it, I thought. Anyways, let's do the funding here. Let's do the funding. So we have the funding here. Let me actually plot a calculator. And then let's put in another window capture. Add calculator. Okay. Holy cow, it's a huge calculator. Let's just there you go. There you go, calculator. Okay. So we have 200 million. So we'll just do 200. Yeah, we'll just do it by the hundreds. Here we go. Ready? Plus another 100. Plus 15. Plus 5. Plus 275. Plus 200. Plus 200. Plus. So right now we're doing pretty good. Plus 45. So we're at 1 point. Plus 30 plus 1650. That's a lot. 1650 plus. So pretty much what all the other grants are getting, they want to do the community reinvestment grant for 1.6. That's a lot, you guys. And then the restorative programs is going to be 17 plus 550. That also might be an issue. Equitable licensing grants. 200. See, the 200 seems to be standard. 90 plus 41 plus 425 plus 15 plus 100 plus 2 plus 1 plus 15. And this is for the next 4 years, you guys. Plus 200 plus, I'm going to go back to the 200 plus, let's go back one. I already got that. Plus 300 plus 15 plus. Okay. If we put in the terms funding. Okay. Same thing as appropriation. Okay. So if we go to appropriate. I think it's number 19. Okay. To remain available until, so that's for the next, so that's what, that 1.6 billion is for the next 5 years. Um, okay. So that's just like a giant piggy bank. Compare that to, oh wow. Okay, hold on. To remain available. To remain available for each fiscal year. In addition, units otherwise available, there is appropriated out of any funds in the treasury not otherwise appropriated. Okay, so they put a max. Okay, and there's appropriate out of any funds for each fiscal year. Okay, so we're just going to be conservative and say that this is like the minimum. Oh, there you go. This is the minimum. So that is billion, right? 4,890,000,000 is being appropriated for this package. Put that in perspective. Us do average bill appropriation. So the defense bill was over 800 billion. Well, the legislative branch was 7 billion. 12 bills were between 1.5 and 1.7. We are asking for 4 billion. Okay. And we could probably drop like a good billion of that if, okay. Okay. That's another thing. So this is going to cost like $4.9 billion to enact. All in total. So that's something to think about as well when talking about this. The fact that everyone's going to have to get a permit on more than, not just the DEA, but from the TTB or the TTBC. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. This is all the stuff we went through. I'm keeping that. Okay, so this is that bill that we just read, right? The accepted text, we just read that text. Co-sponsors. Let's see the co-sponsors. This might help. Thank goodness. Okay, we have Schumer, Wyden, Bennett, Fetterman. Fetterman's on board. Fuck yes, Fetterman's on board. All the Democrats are on board. Not one Republican? How like there should be plenty of Republicans that would be on board for this. Unless the Republicans are just saying that they just want the federal, they want Schedule 3 and that's it. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. But it seems like the good, yeah, Mr. Warnock, yep. Okay. Okay. I like the people attaching their names to this because this is like the core Democratic base. If, yeah. Yeah. I like this a lot. I think this has legs. It's only in, which committee is this in? It was introduced in the Finance Committee. Where was it referred to? They might have to pick it back up. So they just probably just did like agreed, submit, and okay. So Monday we'll see what's going on with this, and we're gonna track this, right? We're gonna track this really hard because this bill, I just like, yeah, yeah, and this is the old bill, right? This is definitely an older version of the bill. But let's see what's changed, if anything. Okay, they're still calling for the DEA. Wow. They definitely wrote it a lot differently. Research, training, and prevention. Here's put in control of. Let's take a look. Interesting. It's literally the same amount of words appropriated. No way did they just copy and paste, but just updated the years. They did. They did just update everything. I think they updated some of the words, but they really did just copy and paste. Huh. And they updated the language a little bit. I bet you the number 19. There it is. Under Title PP of Title 1 Omnibus Control. Wow. Okay. So that's why some of the, hold on, let me see what, let me see THC. Oh, that's why they need to update the actual. That's insane. Okay. So I don't know what's different then. Okay, well, let's continue on. Yep. We were fact checking some stuff. 29 billion. Yep. Qualify with TTB. We're going to keep a hold on that. What's this? Cannabis software solution. Yep. That was just going over. Yep. That's me. Those are the taxes for federal level. And yeah. What? I would like to see the cannabis industry pretty pleased with a cherry on top. Thank you. Well, that's saving. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, we've gone over quite a bit as far as like the DEA is concerned, right? We've gone over how much or how little, I guess, I don't know. Like the DEA rescheduling is okay, so let's take a look one more time. DEA rescheduling wrap up. Let's take a look. 4 hours ago. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Never mind, I don't care. Alright, let's take a look. Concluded, post hearings, no implementation date, post yep. So pretty much this can either continue to move forward where the DEA continues to recommend it to make it federal 3, and then okay, DEA hearing wrapped up, don't mistake motion for progress. Litigation for the DC Circuit, Return still pushing to stay. The executive order. Meanwhile, the practical questions that actually keep operators at night. So what happened? We break down, read the full newsletter. I don't want to read the full newsletter. Sorry, mate. I just read a whole bunch of other bullshit. I guess one more thing we'll do is we'll look up on LinkedIn what everyone's saying. The Hemp Professor Network is severely lacking in your presence. Hemp professors. Okay. Okay, have TC products like these. I don't see health. I see tooth decay and diabetes and features spare tired. Okay. Same ones I gave you. Yep. Language and ability to communicate and share ideas is nothing incredible. Definitely notice this happening. 45-minute blunt rotation is dying. 7-minute micro joint is taking over. That's always been the case, but that's older users and that's their tolerance levels and how much time they have in the day. Come on now. Harvesting seeds. Last 2 years in sales have been humbling. Stepping outside my comfort zone. Uh, that's funny. That's a cool AI. That's so funny. What in the world? This dude actually like called out. No way. Kim Rivers, Todd. No way. Are you shitting me? This dude just oh my fucking god. He's literally after years of warning investors that business violate federal law, survived the DC circuit. For a decade, they sell unapproved products with therapeutic promises, disclose the federal legality to their shareholders in the fine print, and wait for Washington to forgive it all retroactively. In 26, the Attorney General marijuana order looked like a payoff. The bet appeared to have worked. The bet, in their own words. Oh my god. Hold the phone. These companies told their investors here that the businesses of conduct prohibited by federal law. Yep. They're supposed to wash it all away. Overnight, the companies skipped the Controlled Substance Act. This guy is so fucking petty. He spent so much money. A pathway did not exist for MMJ, which has waited on its DEA bulk manufacturing application since He is so fucking petty. He is so upset. So on July 16th, Oncoplan filed their reply. Instead of rescheduling, the government legal position is remarkably weak. It's not weak. It's unlawful. It's not unlawful, though. If the court stays, the ultimate vacates the order. Consequence of multi-state operator severe or immediate. The schedule and status returns. They're not going to vacate the order, and they're not. That's not how this works. The DEA is already on their way. The tax burden that consumed their margins for years. Actually, ESC filings always said it was. Oh my goodness. He really likes saying that it's prohibited by federal law, not realizing what a state level means. This guy knows nothing about the actual fucking thing, and he just put all of his money into it, not realizing the literal landscape. The company that refused the shortcut. 8 years and $10 million. Fuck, what a waste. I thought I wasted money and time. That's so funny. It's five. MJ is not in the market for the sale today. It followed the law, and the agency that controls it has not acted. Yeah, no, you didn't follow the law. You fucking. You tried to. You're an idiot. Five. 5 milligrams of CBD and 2.5 milligrams of THC. But that can be that you don't need. Oh my goodness. The multi-state operators bet that breaking federal law would eventually be forgiven. But an unlawful order cannot launder a decade. Yet, watch it. Watch it. Watch it. After reading this honest for decades, patients and doctors. Pharmaceuticals should suddenly want to decide who is legitimate enough to participate. Cancel the regulation. We cannot allow the same establishment demonize a plant. Yeah. You cannot demonize a plant when it's politically inconvenient and claim ownership when it becomes profitable. Tell your AI that none of these cannabis CEOs are this good looking, and why are they rolling dice? In our newest analysis of the CAOA hemp bill. Wait, what? This dude? What the fuck? No wonder he cares about looks. What in the world? 35 years of gathering the latest trends of analysis of the hemp market. Yeah, I doubt that. What in the world? West 420 Media? West 420 Media. Let's take a look at West 420 Media. West 420 Media? Oh, wow. Oh my god. He can't even link it right. What in the world? What kind of broken website is this? I am flabbergasted. There's no way he's a doctor. There's no way he's a doctor. He is a doctor. Sort of. He's a doctorate in business administration. No. What's A for-profit college that closed all of its campuses in 2019. Yo, you don't even have the qualifications. You did a for-profit scheme? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. It's all about who you know. It's all about who you know. This person isn't even qualified. No wonder he's so pissed off. Oh my God. So there's a good market and a bad market. And what in the world? Rolling the dice. That's so funny. $10 million in 8 years. Phew. Yeah, that's a lot. That's bad. That's bad. Yeah, that's just salt. That's so much salt. Colorado North, the first offender status for legalizing. Okay. Discrepancies are part of running a dispensary. Yeah. 45 spots per program. Yep. DEA places the entire Amazon jungle into Schedule 1. That's funny. Abolish DCC, serves my person plus that's the fuse that pretends to do stuff that doesn't. Abolish the DCC. Who's the DCC? What's the DCC? Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, the Department of Cannabis Control. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh my god. Yeah, I did it. You got me.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, he's just going on a tirade. So vape safely. Yep. Top 3 finger pointers of all time. I don't get it. Contract is only as strong as the ability to define what it's protecting. I don't get that. You may not want to hear this, but it needs to be said. Cannabis operation is in the dark. If you don't know your margins. Federal hemp redirecting Florida's pet market. Let me actually put in this. Oops. Yeah. Let's comment. This is happening on a state level on October 1st in Florida. It sends them to dispensaries. Uh, Possibly unpermitted. Yeah. It's pretty funny. Cannabis retail development. A self-topping free the V ready to pollinate. THCV. Yeah. Let's see what else people are saying. Get ready for some. What is the flowering time? Pretty cool. Everyone's impressed. Cannabis employment didn't fall. People just, yeah. You already have the face, blah blah blah. CAOA report like this before. Yeah, yeah. This is not a CAOA. It's a, yeah. I'm not doing politics. Maryland's latest dispensary opening signals the development in the cannabis social equity market innovation. Wait, Rise? Rise isn't way too much cash needed in Maryland for micro licenses. In the state, look at the actual cost of startup in Maryland. Anything cannabis buildings, license employees, money for cannabis. Yeah. And Rise isn't social equity. Yeah, Rise is social equity. That is green thumb. Yeah, GTBIF. Yeah, I don't know how you're gonna call Rise social equity. That was just the wrong. That's so silly. Cartoons and cereal have hash rosin, fresh press. Interesting. Okay, that's how often concentrates to access. You can prescribe how quickly those positions matter. But what was the patient reviewed? Was the dose adjusted? Yeah, love it. All right, I think we're good. Let's take a look. New article E. Everyone's using AI now. Everyone's using. I'm using AI. Fuck it, but like everyone's using AI. Had a Brasser, California award show. Huh. Let's take a look. Let's give them a like. Fascinating stuff. Looks at our friends from the Buddhist, beers from Green Shock Next and the Ganjiers. The Cannabis Chamber of Commerce designed to be part of the world history as the first ever state fair with a cannabis sales, consumption, and competition element. State fair. What in the world? California Cannabis Awards. This California State Fair Cannabis Awards, first ever state-sanctioned competition awards program for cannabis, celebrating California's rich agricultural history. All right, so today, wow, there's a whole thing on this award show. Okay. That's true. There was just the movement. So it looks like they live streamed it. So let's take a look at the live stream. Let's subscribe. Let's like it, and we'll come back to it. It's pretty dope. We'll come back to it. Looks like you still have time for the show. We might watch it later. But yeah, let's refresh this, see what happened. I'm gonna edit this real quick. Edit this one more time. Because I don't like the way that looks. Shift, save, done. All right, so I guess I'm gonna learn how to apply for my alcohol, tobacco, and tax license. I'm going to have a bill to decriminalize and deschedule cannabis. We've read all of this. We've read all of this. They're calling it something else, but this is right now. So, bill to decriminalize to deschedule cannabis to provide reinvestment. It's S5022. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot for it to get to the House. But we'll see. Maybe they can like fast track it. These are widgets I'm going to put into my website. That's funny. That's sad. Okay, so yeah. Oops. So I think we're gonna call it here. It was a lot of fun hanging out. I hope that those who are tuning in weren't too bored by it. And yeah, we got a wrap up of the DEA, what they said, what the state said. States brought in Humboldt, county sheriff, which everyone thought was going to go one way and it went the other. Everyone's confused on why Humboldt County Sheriff, because that's the Green Triangle of America. Guys, like Ganjier Farms is in Humboldt. Like, I don't know. Anyway, uh, so the states were actually a bit of a Trojan horse that allowed a pro cannabis voice in the room. And that's probably why Louisiana dropped out because they realized what was going on and they weren't part of it. Tennessee Bureau was pretty quick. There was no time for closing arguments, so everyone's going to submit a 50-page thing along with reviewing the transcripts. So it's funny. So the private entities have their transcripts and they can publish them at any point. They're just choosing not to. So that's very interesting. Entities like NDASA, SAM, MMJ, those are the big three, I believe. And then the individual pharmacists, like Phil Drum. Phil Drum just lied his ass off the entire time, as we knew he would. But yeah, thank you. Oh, and last but not least, we also read the entire CAOA, now known as Ability to Decriminalize and Deschedule Cannabis, to provide for reinvestment in certain persons adversely impacted by the war on drugs, to provide for expungement of certain cannabis offenses, and for other purposes. CAOA. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming on in and streaming with me. Thank you for watching the video, post YouTube, and on the clips. Without you, it's just me shouting into the void. So thank you very much for tuning on in. I'll try to do more zany things in the background, get that rolling so that way we have something to look at. But for now, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Yeah.